Hello, everyone. This is Thomas Pepin, NHL Talk. I'm Thomas Pepin, and let's play some NHL. Continuing the franchise mode series where I am responsible for a new expansion team. I don't think I had this written last stream, so I might as well read it out. I put together, I guess, sort of a story for it. So you can see this in the description, but I'll read it out exactly as it's written anyways. So, in an alternate reality, 2 years after the Seattle Kraken entered the NHL, the league decided to expand again. Looking for a market with a large population base in an NHL-ready arena, and having seen how well the Dallas Stars organization has done, the NHL selected Houston as the new location. In turn, to simultaneously honor the region's hockey history while also coming up with something new, the team's ownership group opted to call the team the Houston Aces rather than the Houston Aeros. So I think I explained that in the last stream. Um, anyways, um, with their name established, the Aces owners' next order of business was to find the team's first general manager. Looking to do something big, the owners shocked the league and swung for the fences by hiring a new, inexperienced, and unknown GM, Thomas Pepin, me. Can he turn a new team in an unstable market into a perennial contender and prestigious organization? Only time will tell. So, based on last series, we can already predict that um, I should win a number of Stanley Cups. And so, what I kind of uh, teased over a couple of the last few streams is what my goal is going to be for this series. And so last series it was to win Stanley Cups in half of the seasons. Um, if you're interested in my performance, I go over it in the final stream of the previous series. Um, but yeah, basically the expectation is at the very least hitting everything that I hit last time, so never missing the playoffs. I'm okay actually if we somehow manage to miss the playoffs like once, because it could happen for who knows, just some random reason. But I mean, that should be off the table. Um, President's trophies, again, can't always necessarily guarantee that, but it should be the rare case that I don't win the President's trophy. Um, but it could happen, like if you have a bunch of injuries and stuff like that. You never know. So I don't think I need to set a goal there. Again, it's basically to hit what I hit last time, but I'm okay with, plus or minus one or two seasons for those. And then of course the big goal is Stanley Cups. So if 50% was my goal last time, and I more or less hit it. Something I forgot to say in the recap was, so yes, I won a number of what was it, Prince of Wales trophies. So getting to uh, the final. What I forgot to comment on was we could actually see the number of times that we got to Game 7 based on the number of wins we had. So I actually, uh, so what I'm getting at is the number of Stanley Cups that I got just with a switch of some of those games, Game 7s would have gotten me the goal that I had. Just give me a sec to get to it. So we got to game sevens of the Stanley Cup final 1, 2, 3 times. So had those gone the other way, I would have been over my target for Stanley Cups. So that's where I said this in the recap stream, and to say it again now, basically I hit my goals. The actual raw number, 11 Stanley Cups, isn't the 50%, which would have been 12 or 13, depending on if you round up or round down. So, yeah, so basically I hit 50. And then this series, I think a fair target, as fair as, or as far as my standards, um, I think it's going to be in a third of seasons. If I try to do 3/4 of seasons, that I think is a bit unrealistic. Um, so if it's in a third of seasons, we take 25 seasons times 3333333, and that. Oh wait, no, 50. So sorry, 2/3 is what I meant. Uh, 25 times 0.66666. So the goal is 16 to 17 Stanley Cups. So maybe a lofty goal. So 16 or 17 and 25. Um, so that's that. Second order of business is okay. So if you were a crazy person and you were monitoring little things that I do, um, or have done because you're trying to be critical of me or something like that, you would notice, but I don't hide anything, so so there's nothing really to catch me on. Um, so you would notice that I simmed forward one day, and so the reason I did that is I don't, I can't recall if when you change, well, I'm pretty certain it would have. But anyways, when you change settings, um, if it actually saves them when you hit save, or if it defaults back to the original one, if you save on the same uh, day of the simulation, the game, whatever. So because I wasn't certain that was going to be the case, I simmed forward after resaving some settings. Um, and because nothing's taken place, so retirement, expansion uh, draft, nothing. I couldn't have done anything to set things up. Um, so anyways, so just wanted to comment on that. So what I had to do, because I noticed not all settings were correct. So you'll see the gameplay presets. I saved a new one. So the post whistle rules wasn't the same. I switched that to authentic. Difficulty was still the same. These warnings I think were incorrect, so I corrected those. I think penalty time scaling was wrong too. I could have sworn when I went through that I checked and everything was correct, but maybe some things don't show up until you get into the career, and then I don't know. Maybe I did miss it, but oh no, it was coincidental penalty time, I think. But anyways, there's a couple things that were wrong. I don't play the games, so some things might not be of any significance in the simulation. But um, anyways, I just wanted to make sure everything was as it would be if I was actually playing. So um, that's that. And then gameplay sliders were all correct. So um, I'll just go through them so you can see them. Uh, this like these sliders have been great for gameplay, for realism, for my preferences at least. But I've shown these before in the previous series, so I don't really need to show them again. It's just so that you know exactly what I have set up, and so you know I didn't change anything to cheat. Um, yeah, so everything's on hardest on this one. This is the one that maybe has some impact, but I don't know. But yeah. Um, so that's that. Um, okay, so I was gonna step away, but I'm not going to. Uh, so I was a bit late to get up, so I haven't done some of the things I normally would have had done, like have my coffee ready, and it's being made right now. So I'll actually bring you with me to make my coffee. So, because I had things to talk about anyways, just bear with me. I might be a bit, um, I guess, maybe less smooth with talking about what I wanted to talk about because I have to do a couple of things at once. But so, anyways, the next order of business was um, the expansion drafts. So, something that I've done over the past couple days, um, I did a rehearsal of who I'm gonna draft in the expansion draft. So this is another thing where I guess technically I'm cheating, but I don't see it as cheating. I see it as the game is faulty in this regard. So when you do the expansion draft, of course you see all the players available, but the problem, and you see their like player ratings, but you don't see their trade value. And the largest priority when it comes to the well, I guess my management as a GM, the priority for me in this case would be trade value. And so that's something that you can't see, which in my opinion is kind of dumb because you'll see it right after the expansion draft. You wouldn't go blind into an expansion draft in terms of how much people are worth. And if that's your goal, you should know that, like how much everybody's worth. And so, anyways, so you could argue that it's cheating that I figured out the trade value of everybody before the expansion draft. It's not a feature of the game, so the fact that I have to go and figure it out and it not being there in the normal operation of the game, I guess that's technically cheating. So, um, but like I said, so in my opinion, I think it's just bad game design. You should be able to see trade value. Um, because if that's your goal, I mean, and again, you'll see that very shortly after. So it just doesn't make sense why they wouldn't have it. Well, it does because it's supposed to prevent you from having that as, I guess, it's supposed to make you do it blind because maybe you're supposed to be able to recognize what who are good players, what are good contracts, and things like that. But I just think it's dumb because you have it available in the rest of the series if you turn off Fog of War. Um, so because I have Fog of War off, because I think it's dumb, because all this stuff would be public knowledge. Like you would know how much people are worth in trades. Because you would have negotiated with people before the expansion draft on taking players versus them giving you something else in exchange for keeping a player. Because that's stuff that they've negotiated before an expansion draft. So, and the fact that you can't do that. So, I mean, there's so many things that make it not like real life where, in my opinion, this is information you should know. And uh, by going in and checking the trade value of players, it's making it more like real life, anyways. So, um, yeah. So, anyways, so that's something I've done. Uh, in rehearsing, I've checked the trade value of players, so I know how much they're worth, and as a result, I know who I'm going to pick. So that's actually going to be a very quick process to do the expansion draft. And funny enough, the timing of everything, I just finished, well, at least making one of my coffees. Uh, it took that amount of time, so if I took a break, it would have been dead air. And I actually accomplished something too, so that's good. Um, so, anyways, so that kind of gives you an explanation of that stuff, just so in the case that you're really monitoring what I'm doing, um, and you really want to be critical of me. It's full disclosure because I mean I just explained why I'm doing certain things, and if you disagree, well, I mean that's your problem. um, it's not. Yes, it gets me off on a better foot. The difference is kind of negligible. So my first attempt of drafting the team basically was the same team anyways. I just had very, very slight tweaks of like player here, player there. Um, so whatever advantage I get is so small. Um, so that's that. And then now we can sim forward to the expansion draft. So I'm going to have to step away again because I make myself two small coffees. Why one after the other and rather than two at once. So the one that I'm drinking is warm and then the next one's warm. I'm a genius. Um, yeah, and I don't have like a one of those pod coffee makers where I can do it one individually. Um, but anyways, okay, so we got the draft lottery results, and we won the lottery, which is pretty sweet news. Now, I don't know. Actually, there's a couple of things. So first thing, I don't know if the game generates created players for the first draft or even the second draft. I don't know at what point the game starts to generate uh, draft picks or players just in general. So we might have a franchise player, or we have the same um, players that would have been available. I don't know. We'll have to see. And then, yeah, well, in future seasons, we'll kind of see how things go. So, um, tomorrow, the decisions you make will determine if the franchise sinks or swims in its first year. Well, I mean, I don't think it does. So, because well, the point of determining everybody's trade value is to then be able to trade them all. So it's the same thing you would have seen with my Toronto franchise mode. As soon as I take over a team, I trade away everybody. There's a rare case of people I'll keep, and in this expansion draft, there are a number of players I am actually keeping. Um, whereas in the Toronto one, I I think I kept maybe one or I think I kept Giordano and Riley or something like that. But anyways, so in this case, because I've already rehearsed this, there's a number of players that I am going to keep. Not too many, but like a handful. And then the rest I'm all going to trade for. So, well, assuming the same players are available in the draft, which I would predict that most of them will be. So, anyways, so yeah, so I have everybody picked, so this will be actually very quick, whereas otherwise it would have been pretty slow to go through and determine who you're going to draft. But um, just for the sake of due diligence, because if the game shows up different players, which it absolutely can, I'm going to take a look at who they make available. Should have checked goalies of the other one, but I'm pretty sure. So far it's the exact same. I know there was a difference with Tampa when I rehearsed where some players were not the same. So it should be Lindholm in this case. There shouldn't be any goalies. So yeah, stuff that I was looking at. Um, so like I said, I went in and I saw their trade value after, but I already had considered it when I did my first practice one. So for example, you can see the extension of the contract for Lindholm, 6.5 per for 8 years. So you know that that trade value is going to be at least pretty good, 86 overall. And anyways, so yeah, I mean, I was off by maybe two players from my original attempt. This was one that I was off, so I would have picked um, Okposo originally, uh, but I discovered that Gergensons was worth just a smidge more. Um, something I should say about strategy. So when I was trying to figure out what I was going to do with this, I was like, okay, well, I'll pick up all the guys with high trade value, but that's actually not fully a good decision. So because in I didn't do it in the end, but something that I thought about not doing was just leaving because with the years left, he would be um, a UFA in this coming off season. So I don't know how much he's going to want, and I might not be willing to pay it. It's still the case right now, even though I'm choosing him. But um, so I was like, oh well, maybe I should just get somebody with um, who would actually have better trade value. Like Backlund could be an option. One of the defensemen there. I think one of the defensemen was the best option. But anyways, um, yeah, just leave Goudreau because we don't know how much he's going to want, and then get the guy with higher trade value. But well, why don't I pick up a guy that I can get for low trade value, sign him, and then his trade value goes up? And then besides that, Goudreau, I think, was the second best point producer in the previous season. So I would want him on my team anyway. So why am I letting him go by? So the fact that it was even a question is a bit crazy of me, I guess. But it was, 'cause like I said, the goal was trade value, but it's not fully trade value. It's trade value if we're not keeping a player, or trade value um, if it's so much more than the guy that we're not picking that we can go back and get him using a different asset, so that it's a better optimization of our available trade value. So, for example, um, where I think I forget if there is one that I let go by. No, there isn't, but there is one that's close. So, um, oh yeah, there is actually. Yeah. So okay. So for example, Liljegren and Giordano are two guys that we're considering um, picking up later. So from Toronto. So I've already scouted everybody. This is another thing I saved time on. I scouted everybody I wanted and planned out how I'm going to spend all my cap. I don't have it down to a perfect science because I don't know how much Goudreau is going to sign for and other guys that we're going to pick up. But I have it pretty darn close to what we're going to spend. Um, and anyways, so as an example with Toronto, Liljegren or Giordano are guys that we're going to have, but it's actually there's enough of a gap in trade value where it's smarter to pick up Muzzin and then trade him away, and then I could actually almost potentially get both Liljegren and Giordano in a trade for Muzzin. Not that I'm actually going to do that exact trade, but to give you an idea just of a rough uh, value. So then why would I choose one of those two guys when I could pick up Muzzin and get both of them? Because I'm limited to one pick, whereas if I pick up Muzzin as the one pick, then I can get those two guys via trade. Um, so that's one of those examples where I would have changed from so having looked at trade value, I changed from the original choice, which I think I would have chosen Liljegren. Um, so like I said, there's very, very minor differences in what from the off the top of my head, who I would have picked versus I forgot to check goalies for them uh, versus who I'm actually going to turn out picking. So if you call it cheating, it's like a negligible amount of cheating. So this is another example. So uh, my gut would have chosen Kurashev because of age and potential and overall at the moment. But Murphy's actually more trade value. So, anyways, I won't go over all of them because um, whatever, you already know what I've already given you the information. You don't need to know all the minor differences. Actually, you know what? No, I should, because then you know actually if you do an expansion one, you know who has the highest trade value. But well, you're actually going to see it as opposed to. Um, so okay, so I guess yeah, that maybe that's a better way to put it is whoever I'm choosing has the higher trade value. Um, I could have made mistakes. Like I didn't go side by side and compare to everybody perfectly, so there might like it might not be exactly the highest trade value. I keep forgetting I should check goalies in case something shows up weird. Um, but yeah, anyways, it's the guys that I'm choosing are basically highest trade value. If not, they're very close or they're tied or whatever. This one was one where the difference was negligible, and I wanted Bouchard anyways, so I went with him. This one, my gut said Heponiemi, but actually, to be honest, I think I've changed my mind a couple times when I rehearsed, but before deciding to go and see about trade value, but it's Forsling's the best value. He's a guy I actually could have theoretically wanted to keep, but there were better options for the cap hit, so I didn't turn out going with him. Jersey's another guy that would have been a decent keep. This one, there's a small decrease in trade value. I believe the highest trade value is Foligno. Ooh, could be Addison. I can't recall. I think it's Foligno, but anyways, it's a negligible difference. I want Fleury anyways, so I'm going to pick up Fleury. The one thing to keep in mind, don't forget when you're drafting these players and you're looking at their salary, it's not this current salary if there's 1 year left, because that means um, they're so if it says 1 year left, they're actually going into the off season of their RFA or UFA status. So when you're um, drafting your players, make sure you take a look at what their extension length is, if they have one, and what their extension salary is. So the reason I'm saying that is because this is another one where I would have chosen somebody else, but Weidman has the best value. Yeah, the reason I'm saying that is because um, Fleury, his cap hit is, I think, halved basically the following season. So, um, yeah, so 6 million, I think, is what it's said as his salary, but it's not that. That's only, I think, applicable when it comes to the expansion draft, and then it basically goes to next year's. I never even considered about keeping Ekholm, but it's still a no-brainer to go with Forsberg. So Forsberg and Goudreau, they're both going to be on expiring contracts, but the hope is that we can sign them for a reasonable cap hit. Um, but yeah, anyways, going back to what I was saying, you need to pay attention to their future years, because if it says 1 year, that means actually they're becoming a free agent. If you can't sign them, then essentially you're getting nothing. If they're an RFA, you retain their rights, and so you do have their value. But so like this is an example. He's an RFA, and we own his rights even if we couldn't sign him right away, as long as we do qualifying. So I think this is another one where I would have chosen somebody else. Murray was kind of tempting, but the cap hit's just way too high. So Joseph was my gut instinct, but it's actually Brown who's better trade value. And actually, you know what? It's kind of funny because I'm actually giving everybody else the cheat of trade value. I wonder if anybody else has done that. So highest value here is Ratcliffe. Um, I think it's a negligible difference. Atkinson actually um, strategically is a good choice because he's a good player, good productivity in other seasons, the goals are hard to come by. So, anyways, he could be a good choice if you wanted to actually keep a guy, but Ratcliffe has higher value. And my other coffee's ready except for the making it portion. So should I finish this or step away? Oh yeah, I already checked goalies. So Matheson is the highest trade value here. That one I would have went with, I forget who else, somebody else. This one I think Merkley has the best value, but it's a pretty small difference, and I want Reimer on my team anyways, so I'm picking up Reimer. Uh, Believe it or not, Costin has the highest value. If you wanted to keep Huso and sign him, that's an option too. But he's not one of my target goalies that I want when I'm constructing my team. So yeah. So this is the one where sometimes Paul shows up and sometimes he doesn't, but Paul has the best value if he does show up. So I'm gonna go with Paul. This one again, Muzzin has the best value, but I'm of course not keeping him, and I forgot the fact that I'm not going to be picking up Liljegren because of potential cap space. So it's Giordano I'll eventually get, but I'm in the expansion draft going with Muzzin because he has the best value. Oh, the other thing I guess it's so not in all cases, I guess I should have said, does the trade value is the trade value the best? Um, So another thing that I had to factor in is cap space when you're doing the expansion draft. So the reason this came to mind is because we came up to Pacioretty here. So Pacioretty is very expensive, um, just in contrast to a lot of the other options, but he has, I think, the highest trade value of everybody we're going to draft. So the other consideration is, and it's the same case for Washington with Oshie. So the other consideration is the combination of filling all your roster requirements as well as staying under the cap um, in the draft. So yeah, I think in the cases where I didn't choose the highest trade value guy, so this is the great example. So Schmidt is the highest trade value, uh, as long as I'm not remembering wrong. Um, but because we need another goalie, we go with Comrie. So we lose a little bit of trade value, but we stay under the cap. So you can see we still got 2 million in cap. Doesn't matter in terms of future cap, but it does matter for the being able to draft your expansion team. Um, so it keeps you under the cap, meets all of the position requirements. And if you're going to do use the same kind of strategy as me, it gives you the highest trade value of players. So when you go to make your actual team using that trade value, then you can. So anyway, so those are all the picks. Believe. Let me just go through my notes to make sure I didn't screw up. Yeah, so everything's all good. So that's the team. again, with the best trade value, factoring in cap spending and player position requirements. To be honest, if you actually went ahead with this team, it would be a not a competitive team, but not a bad team either. So that's the expansion draft, and then we have um, the entry level draft. Something that I didn't do in my rehearsals was change all this stuff. Um, the other thing I haven't done is allocated my spending and stuff. So that's another thing I'm gonna have to go do before I do the draft. I think this is all correct. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to save. I'm going to save a duplicate, and then I'm going to step away for 2 minutes to make my coffee, and then I'll be back, and we'll do the drafts, the entry level draft. So, or the entry draft, and not entry level draft. Because yeah, this one I'm on those time limits. There's a lot to accomplish. The time limits aren't critical necessarily to what I'm going to be doing. Um, but it just messes with your ability to offer trades and get things right. So I need to be able to focus. I can't like step away and then come back because then it's going to go through positions and that screws around with my ability to choose players and make trades and whatever. So, well, I'm not going to be choosing players, but anyways, so yeah, I'll be back in 2 minutes. All right, back. Okay, so first step done. Now I can get rid of this. Actually, you know what? I can delete the file. Yeah, you know what? I'll just keep it just in case. All right, so next step is I should set up my team. So technically, I'm off by a few days because I think I could have set this before. As with the previous series, I believe the optimal allocation is as you see here. So, as a reminder, season ticket revenue is your highest source of revenue. Um, Now, okay, I don't know with certainty that this is the best allocation, but I know that it works close enough to perfect. So I just leave it. And I mean, I don't care so much about the financial part of this, but I got second in revenue in the previous franchise mode after having played around with things. So I think I'm gonna get probably first, having like doing the exact same things that I eventually did. Um, so there might be better ways to optimize marketing budget and some of these like prices and stuff. But arena customization. This is a thing. Oh, maybe you can. It costs you money to make changes. Maybe. Hmm. I've never even noticed that. It's not important, really. So, as previously, merchandise, it's always the auto assign. So I guess that doesn't really matter until we have a team. Uh, so I think that's it for this screen so far. So a default gives us a defensive coach, which we absolutely do not want. So he's good at what he does, but we absolutely do not want that coaching style. So yeah, it costs us nothing to fire him at this point. So sucks we're gonna have to do all our coaches from scratch. Well, depending on what we have. Him, he's fine, but he's not good enough even to be a NHL assistant or associate because of the offense number, or well, letter. Um, he's just shy of a B minus though, by 2 million bucks. Nah. It might not let us fire everybody though, so I should keep him for now. Fire him. Yeah, because he's so things that I always aim for is teaching and coach influence as high. I don't know exactly the impact, but those tend to be the hardest to come by. And the other ones, you would think that the combination of your other coaches, if you have one good offense, like an A level offense, one guy that's an A level defense, one guy that's an A power play, and so on, then you think that you're probably fine. Teaching and coach influence should, I don't know, they just seem like they would be important intuitively. Uh, Maybe I won't fire him yet. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to allow me to fire these guys. How good is he? He's not even good. Well, he makes too much, so we'll get rid of him. So far it's letting me. Yeah, actually, it must let me fire them all because at this point, it doesn't matter how many coaches you have, usually in the progress of a regular season. So I'm going to attempt it, and if it works, great. If it does, oh man, bad. Yeah, so it looks like we're okay. So this is something I didn't do last franchise mode. I took the coaches they gave me and then slowly learned what to do from there. In this case, just clear out the cupboards and do everything from scratch. Ooh, this guy's actually not bad, all things considered. 2 B minuses is semi-acceptable for an assistant coach in the AHL. So, but he's a C- generally. Oh, that's tough. Oh, we're getting rid of him. So we'll maybe keep him. This forward coach we're probably not keeping either. So yeah, what am I thinking? Why am I keeping him anyways? Um, he can be AHL assistant. For now, we might fire him too. Actually, you know what? Why am I keeping him? I can always just sign him in free agency. So we don't want any scouts unless they're B level or better. And I think in free agency, we should be able to put together enough. But nonetheless, since we don't draft unless it's a franchise player, all we need to know is the market where the franchise player is playing. So that's all we need to scout. So um, you can accomplish that with one scout. So we don't even really need anybody else. So do I keep B minus or do I just get rid of B minus as well? This one's tough. I don't know what to do in this case. You know what? Let's just gamble. Like I said, they should be available in free agency to pick up. This guy's good at a couple miscellaneous. He's good at a couple miscellaneous too. So yeah, so both are good guys to keep anyways. Coaching staff, contracts, free agents. That's another thing maybe I something I thought about and looked at and maybe should at least comment on. So you could theoretically have an idea of who's coming up in free agency, but we haven't gone through the signing phase, re-signing phase. So yeah, just because players could be available, it makes no difference. Really, all you need to care about is who is available when it comes up. So this going to this screen is basically a waste of time because just react to what's available. There's no point in looking at it ahead of time. You can't really play them because you don't know if they're going to be able to re-sign the guys or they're going to want to or whatever. Um, anyways, coaching staff is done. Oh, draft class. I guess I could look ahead of time. Let's just see if it. Oh, it does give me full information. Um, so I know having played the franchise mode before that, Slavkovsky has good trade value. Same with Wright. So to be honest, either choice would be fine. So since we have the first pick, because of their trade value, I am going to pick them. Um, but what you'll notice is I'll actually let the time expire, and then the game will pick for me, and it should pick correct. I would be surprised if it didn't. Um, and then yeah, beyond those two guys, I don't think there's any other options. This guy might be. He might be computer generated, so maybe that's the answer to the question. Does it? This guy too, maybe. So does the game make computer generated players? And it looks like the answer is yes. This guy, in terms of characteristics, could be a guy we would want to trade for. Mind you, I don't know if we'll have enough assets to be able to do it. Um, I think most of the rest of the guys are real people. Maybe this guy isn't, but anyways, yeah, we wouldn't be drafting them anyways. And if they're good, we'll discover them sometime. Okay, so that's that. I'll resave. Okay, and let's go to the draft. So this, even though um, I would have at least partially rehearsed, I've never gone to where I actually do things exactly as I want to. So where I really try to like get the trade value correct on trades where I don't lose as bad in trades. I've just done like rough trades to give me an idea of like what number of players I can actually pick up prior to free agency. So I have a good idea of how many players I can get. I might be able to get more if I actually try harder of but it's going to be a bit more time consuming. So my apologies, but this is one of those necessary things not to get screwed in trades every single time, so much so that your team, whoops, that's not what I was looking for. So much so that your team gets hurt really bad. So let me just make sure that trade difficulty's on hard. Yeah. So yeah, so having it on hard trade difficulty, like we're going to get screwed in every single trade. Um, but that's fine because all we care about is getting core of our team together, and then we can always accumulate assets, as I've shown in the previous series, a whole bunch of different ways. So um, that's what we'll do. The other unfortunate thing is we don't know if we can actually re-sign Goudreau and all these other guys. So that's another thing we'll have to cross our fingers on. So let's start the draft. So this is the thing that I hate. I hate how you're on that. Like, if you're drafting, being on the clock is fine, but the fact that you can't do trades ahead of the draft is very dumb. Because in real life you could. There's no way I would be on a 3-minute time limit to pull off trades. So as I did in the um, previous franchise mode, you need to first empty out. So if you're going to follow the same strategy as me, you need to first empty out your team. And the reason is to get your draft pick trade value as high as possible, which you can then use to trade to pick up the players that you want. So you need to first make yourself bad so that then you actually, wait, I shouldn't do that quite yet. Make yourself bad first so that then you can get the players you want more easily. So what I'm looking for right now is the easiest trades to pull off for first round picks for this draft. And the reason I'm going to do that is because those retain their value. They're not going to change in value. So here's a great example. Whereas like future draft picks can change in value based on who they draft potentially. So we definitely want this. Now, they also have a second pick that I could, no, they do for next season. No, I won't do that. Okay, and then otherwise there's another guy that we're targeting for our team eventually on this team. Too early to get him. Yeah, I shouldn't pick up any players yet. Even though I'm going to lose on trade value in the end, I really do need to make my team bad first. So I'm already running out of time on the trade clock. Oh yeah, but it's not going to draft before I tell it to, so actually okay. I've got 20 seconds though to figure out something else to trade. I'm going to try 2/7. If that doesn't work, then I'll go and reattempt. Come on. Nope. Okay. So I'll have to go reattempt. So the game gave us Slavkovsky, which is kind of what I was expecting anyways. All right, let's go back and reattempt. So Murphy. Austin. Seventh. That should be enough. Yeah. So we do lose a little bit in that trade, but that's okay. All right, next, let's see if there's any other first rounders. There's one. Oh, they can't take two players. All right, so we're gonna have to do this through picks. Really? Cool. Sweet. So we're gonna have to pick up both of those firsts from Winnipeg. Now, the one thing that kind of sucks is that we are basically our time limit to pull off all of our trades is the 15th pick, which is, uh, I mean, a bit of time, but not, I mean, it's a bit annoying because it's not as much time as we would like to have. Okay. So the reason why I'm starting off at the bottom is because I want to save the best players for the trades where we're trying to get better players because they have better trade value over their salary cap. Okay. Um, yeah, so if you save those guys, then this is going to be close as it is. Then, yeah, you're going to have a better shot at pulling off trades. Whereas trading picks, you have to give up a lot more to get um, what you want. So this isn't going to be perfect return for. Actually, it's going to be pretty close. Surprise. Huh, actually, yeah, we got a really good trade value for what we were doing. Okay, so now, like I said, my time limit's going to be the 15th pick to pull off all my trades, which is what is that? 11 times 3 minutes is I got a half an hour. But it's a bit of pressure. So at the moment, our draft pick trade value, so you can see now it's gone up by almost 50%. So still we can get it higher. And it's not that high for all seasons, I think it looks like. So yeah, so we still need to make our team worse, and we want to be clearly worse so that as we pull off our trades, we don't lose those the first round pick values. Okay, so next we need to trade some more guys towards the bottom, I think. So who has space? So now it's a numbers thing. Oh, well, they want any goalies. Okay, because we want Swayman. He's going to be one of the goalies in our rotation. So I don't know if I just trade everybody. They don't have anything they want to get rid of for picks, right? I feel like if I make them better, that trade value is going to go down. So you know what? We'll actually go and pick up Swayman, I think, now. That looks like pretty even. We'll try to get more. I thought for sure it would go through. Just a bit low, they say. So we should be able to. Let's do. It's probably a fifth, but oh, glad I tried a sixth because that was enough. Okay, so we got one of our goalies. Makes our team a little bit better, but I don't think it's going to dramatically impact that draft pick trade value. So, all right, next. Oh, wait, what is the? We'll wait on that for a sec. Colorado has roster spots. Picks can't get worse. So I think that's what we're going to go for. We'll trade them a few players and pick up their 2 first round picks. All right, so can they take 3 players? Yes, it looks like. Value's nearly even. Oh, wait, what am I doing going down there? Sweet. That's way better than I was expecting. All right, what else do we got? Who else has space? Minnesota. So which of these picks we go for depends on what they want from us, which is nobody. What we can do is repurpose other assets, though. Just a touch. Oh, we have Capobianco still, do we? Because he would be, yeah, just a touch, basically. And if we can get something back in return, great. If we can't, then that's fine. It looks like it's going to be a fifth. Or maybe not. There we go. Sweet. So we're starting to get low on time. I don't have to have all my trades done, but I really do need to. So yeah, now you see our trade value shot up a lot more. I think between these two seasons, though, I think this one's slightly lower. So anyways, we need to be further, like we need to be a worse team. We were at Minnesota. Um, so that over the span of all our trades that trade value remains the same, and then we use those first to get new players, and then that trade value doesn't matter anymore, then we're solid. So um anyways, so now we need to find another team with roster spots and picks that we can pick up. Ooh, they're the sixth. Glad I didn't go for that because we would be immediately on the clock and I couldn't pull something off that quick. Second rounder. Don't want to go for that yet. This one's acceptable. They want, yes, pretty much everybody. Matheson, we can't do the cap space. Texier. Oshie, we can't. Paul, we can. What else can we get back? Um, hmm. So it was Texier and Paul, I believe. I don't think. Actually, you know what? Just to be safe, we'll do that. Because I don't think I was going to like, impact the trade value of um, their future pick, but oops, yeah, close enough. So we probably lost more on that trade than we needed to, but that's fine. It's done. This one's okay. Oh, I don't have roster spots. 16th. We have enough time for that. They don't want anybody? Never mind. They still have space. It's a gamble to go for this if I give them players. I don't think anybody else has space. Likewise for that one. That's the next pick. I can't do that. All right, this one's not going to change in value, so I can go for that. They don't want anybody. I think we're stuck. Which team is the lesser team? Or maybe, no, let's do it in reverse order. Okay, so what we'll do instead is we'll pick up a good player, even though it's too early, because then we can get rid of other assets. I'll just let this one time out. So we'll trade for Connor because they still have 3 spots. Do we go for him actually? I don't think other teams have space. Yeah, let's go for Connor. What can we get back? Oh, this is where we could take their pick because we're making them worse. Smart, Thomas. Smart, smart, smart. I didn't realize that's actually really smart. Pretty sure none of these. I might not even get that first pick back. a feeling I won't. So I'm just going to skip a few spots down. And I'm okay with giving up all these picks right away because we have to get rid of them eventually. Hope I can do this by the end of the time limit. I have a feeling the answer is going to be no. I'm going to skip ahead a bit quicker. Okay, so for first is where I was at. So I should say these firsts, they are maxed out on their trade value. That's the highest they're going to get um, ever. So now's a good time to use them. We want your first. And then what else do we give up? Oh, I can give them a player, couldn't I? Yeah, they don't want anybody. I'm going to skip forward a bit. Hopefully they do want a second. Now I really need to get this one done by the time limit. I mean, I guess maybe I'm not. Okay, so we can't get that first back. Four first is an awful lot. Okay, well, we lost maybe a smidge of value, but it's pretty negligible, so we're okay. All right, who wants this? Before I do that, I need to get rid of that last. Did that go down in value? I can't tell. I feel like it did. So we need to make our team worse. So we can't do it with multiple players, I don't think. 23rd pick. I think we're gonna have to gamble. Maybe not. 10th overall, 17th. They want some of our guys. Okay. Or I thought they did. They don't. Somebody with a first round pick that wants some of our guys. 13th. I don't think that's enough time. 19th is okay. They don't want anybody. What pick is it? 15? So I'm starting to run out of time. Ooh. So Montreal cut Kaniemi. They're over caps. So anybody else we have they want? No. Ooh, 14th pick, is that enough time? It's pushing it. They want Kotkaniemi. Can they afford him? They can. Okay, so we're gonna have to put ourselves on a short time limit. That's okay. Really? Okay, and then did that do what we wanted with our trade value? I don't think enough. Sweet. Okay, so here's another one. Sweet. I hope that's enough to get us down. Still not enough? Unless that's already maxed out, but it doesn't feel like it is. 12, we can't do that one. That one's okay. Do we want anybody? Yes. So Toronto's next. I don't think they have. They do have enough space for Oshie. No other good options. So Oshie, we'll try 1-for-1. So if it wasn't already clear, I forget if I said it. The reason why we're taking a lot of this year's picks is, yeah, I didn't mention it, is because they retain their value. We if we try to trade for other picks and then we improve teams, and um, what happens is their pick that we just picked up actually loses trade value. So we need to minimize as much as we're losing. Can we get a 7 back? Oh, whatever. Okay, so this should get our trade value to what we want. It did. Okay, so now we have to pull off a trade in like 6 minutes involving this for something else. I did see right. I want to make sure that I did see right. Okay, yeah, so it is as high as it's going to get. We also would be wise to get rid of this pick. Our hardest guy to pick up is here. They don't want one of our guys. Pittsburgh, no. Vegas, no. Detroit, yes. Okay, so we're going to trade these guys to Detroit to pick up Cider. He's one of the guys on our list. So yeah, we have 6 minutes almost exactly to pull this off, which we should be okay. What's the saying? Just by the skin of my teeth. What I'm also going to try to do is get rid of some of our second round picks if I need to go into them. Just a touch. think I did that right. Whatever if I didn't. Okay, do our seconds still have good value? I think so. So next, let's get rid of that. And all of our second round picks. So again, we're trying to get rid of the most valuable things before they deteriorate in value. If we package them all in one trade, then they'll all be gone. Oh, come on. Now again, we only have 6 minutes to pull this off. All right, now who wants this that we picking somebody up from? Um, no. So it's gonna have to be Buffalo, Thompson. We're giving up far too much. We got to get the trade done. Okay, well, that at least buys us time. We probably didn't get enough value back, but that's okay. Do our second picks. Yes, they still have good enough value. Okay, so now I actually have time to go and pull off a proper other trade. Um, yeah, I guess now let's go for the no, maybe not the hardest one because if we're getting rid of those second round picks, then we want something relatively easy. Okay, so I think Rope Hints is going to be the best option. We'll let this time out. Oops. So we should be able to get him between the picks that we're wanting to get rid of. So I can't tell if those second round picks went down in value by any amount, if any, and how much, if they did. But it's not the worst. And I think that's it for picks. So then, yeah, actually, that works out well. So then now we just need to get something back to even out the trade. Close enough. Huh. How lucky is that? That's literally, it's pretty darn close to perfect one for one in terms of trade value where I don't get too screwed. And I got rid of everything I needed to get rid of our future picks. Now, the third picks still kind of have value, so maybe I should try to get rid of those to get the next guy. So if I go for somebody low value that I'm trying to pick up and use third round picks to do it, then I will have used those values still correctly. So I forget who's on the list that's not expensive to pick up where we can do it with a number of third round picks. We'll figure that out in a sec. All right, so that's all the third round picks we want to get rid of. Who haven't we picked up yet? So Hartman's on the list, Carrier's on the list. Hartman's Minnesota. That's overpaying. How much is Carrier? About the same. Ooh, that's what we can do. So if we go for Toronto and we pick up two guys, Bunting we want and Giordano. Perfect. This is going way more smoothly than I was expecting it to go. I thought I was going to maybe run into some really big hiccups, but so far, very good. Now, have I optimized all trades? No. I'm sure I've lost a little bit on a couple of them, but it's a tiny amount. I can make up for it. To be on a time limit and to have been able to pull it off, that's plenty. Good enough for me. Now what? Okay. Well, we're taking 4 million in cap space. We still have guys we can get rid of, I think. Yeah, they want people to. So if we give them Matheson, it'd be over. This thing's going to time out. Yeah. We're running out of time on that 18th pick, so we'll have to deal with that in a sec. So getting the value out of those third round picks is not of critical importance. We need to get rid of this quickly. Preferably get rid of a few of these. Who are we going for? I don't think anybody else we want to pick up. They want picks, unfortunately. All right, well, let's do this. Oh, you want some of the players too. I'm pushing it on timing. I could run out of time to do this trade. All right. So that means, uh-oh, we got 3 minutes to pull off this trade. Oops, the daisies. We want land home. This, 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 this. And a guy better than Matheson. Land home. Uh-oh. All right, scratch that plan. What do we do now? What do we do now? Okay, just to get it done. I didn't want to screw things up horribly. Okay, uh, that gives me time. Jeez. So again, there we lost more than we would have liked to, but it's fine. What else do we have for assets? Still have a bit of time. All right, so we're gonna package some firsts to get a better first. Or a couple better firsts, and then um, go pick up Lindholm, I guess. Oh, that's something we can do. There we go. Maybe that's actually I should have done that. Maybe no matter what, it was close enough in value, and got some other stuff done, so it's no big deal. Whoops. Really? Oops. No way. You guys are rude. No way. That's nuts. Well, in good news, it clears off a bunch of picks, so I have more time to deal with things, but still, it's a bit ridiculous. No way. What? 5 first round picks for 1 first round pick? Just a bit low for you guys. What? That's nuts. Okay, so somebody who wants a first round pick where we can upgrade our one of our picks. Maybe that's enough. You just said just a touch, and I've gone up many touches, you jerks. Okay, hopefully this is enough now. You jerks. You jerks. this touch isn't enough, you guys are evil monsters. Oh, you guys are brutal. It was Edmonton. Now we got 3 minutes to pull off this one. We've done so many touches. If it's not enough, you guys are so ridiculous. Oh, jeez, just in the nick of time. Holy jeez. Oh, just barely. That's crazy though. All that to get just that one pick. Anyways, that buys us a boatload of time. Okay, so now we want Lindholm. NHL-ready. First and patch ready for Lindholm. Oh, well, that was easier than I expected. Sweet. Um, all right, what else do we have to do? Let's get this trade out of the way. So we want power for Slavkovsky. I think. Yeah, yeah. I don't think 1-for-1 works. I forget how much give up. Pull this one off. I was going to try to put through that tree, but I really should be patient. Work. Oh, see, because it said just a bit low. And it actually probably would have been perfect. Funny enough. Oh, maybe not. That should be plenty. Let's try this instead. This should go. What? There we go. Cool. So we have most of our defense sorted out. Like I haven't had enough time to recap what I've done, who I'm getting, because I'm just on too much of a time limit. Now, thankfully, I have a lot of wiggle room, so I'm gonna have a sip of coffee finally. All right, so we have Connor, Lindholm. Well, I guess I can kind of recap here. So maybe I should have said this at the start. So the goal was to get top six forwards and basically our fourth line, like third to fourth line. Cross our fingers on free agents to fill up our third and fourth line, but preferably our third line if they're good. And then, yeah, have essentially all of our defense via trade. So, Connor from Winnipeg, Lindholm from Calgary, Forsberg we already had, and we're hoping we can sign at a reasonable cap hit. Goudreau, Hintz, and Thompson. One of those guys is going to be third line. We still need Gensel and Theodore on defense. We haven't gotten. We have Sider, Power, Dobson, Bouchard, Giordano. We still need Carrier. We still need Hartman on forward. Okay, so wait, how much is what's his face making? Okay, nothing really. And look at the cost for his productivity. I don't know if he'll produce the same with us, but um, oh, he does have 1 year remaining. Okay, uh, 63 points in 79 games, getting paid just under a million. Ridiculously good value. So this is all stuff I researched before um, this stream in preparation. And as you notice, we still have a bunch of cap space, 22 million at this moment. And we still haven't got rid of everybody that we have that we were going to get rid of. So anyways, so we should be all good. All right, so next, let's go get Gensel. Good, they want some of our guys. So Power, Connor, Lindholm, Slider, Thompson, Hintz, Gerard. Oh, they can afford Lindholm? It's close. Do we have assets to trade? Do the first round picks. So we'll work our way back. Since I'm pretty sure none of this is going to go, just progress through. And now we'll do it properly. So second, fourth, still no. We don't have any other trade value there. Hmm. Let's try this. Oh, wait. What we can do instead is this. Oh, 50 players. So it's not just about cap hit. No, it's about 50 players. Okay, and that fixes it. Okay. Um, Interesting. Okay, I thought it was cap hit was the issue. Okay, so it's gonna have to be a first. Thought I saw something for a sec. All right, so it was Lindholm, Gerard, now first. Oops. No way. Stupid thing. No way. That's an awful lot. We still have to pick up a couple other guys. I think I lost on that Thompson trade. Looking back on it, in the moment it felt like it too. So we still have any guys to trade? Yeah, I guess so. Porter, Goodrow, Jordan Bunting, Matheson. We can get rid of Thompson, Hintz, Thompson, Gensel, Sliders. Everybody else we're keeping. And then Comrie, I think on net we need to get rid of. Anybody want both? Oh, Rangers. Nah, it's probably best that I put Matheson to one of the teams that we're going for, and then um, Vegas wants him. Okay. Seems extremely unlikely I'll be able to pull this off, but I'm gonna try. Yeah. All right. Let's go get ourselves an upcoming second round pick. Anaheim 44. Let's go pick up that. All right. What do we do? Damn it. Oops. key. Oops. Maybe we can get that one. That one we can certainly get. Cool. Oh yeah, we want that. Cool. So I think now we can pull off that Vegas trade. Oops. No way. Hmm. Oh, wrong guy. Connery. Oh, it's just a touch. Then let's do this instead. There we go. No way. Uh, Oh, they don't want that one though. Okay. I hope that's enough. No. All right. I guess that's the best I could do. In my rehearsal, I did better. But nothing I can do about that. So we'll at least get the rest of the guys, I guess. So we need Hartman from Minnesota. wait for this thing to time out. Whoops. Then we need Carrier. Oops. All right, so we have Connor, Lindholm, Forsberg, Dro, Hintz, Thompson, Hartman, Bunting. Don't have Theodore. I guess we were just shy of it, but that's fine. Uh, I guess in the heat of the moment, all those trades, I lost a bit of value. More than I should have. So we have Cider, Power, Dobson, Bouchard, Carrier, Giordano. Nobody extra. Didn't mess up anything there, did I? No. And goalies. We have everybody we want. So I guess what we're going to have to do is, well, as we've done previously, accumulate assets and then trade them. Mind you, actually, I was just thinking because we switch over to the next year's draft picks becoming available, so right away I might be able to trade after um, free agency. Uh, so we're done. Save that. Save a duplicate, and I'm going to step away for 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, back. So considering the time restraints, the results aren't that bad. So I was just thinking, I wonder what else shows up here now. Still the same thing. Anyways, all right. So we still have, no, we don't have anybody there. Oh, well, that's interesting to know. So I haven't noticed this before. So it looks like the requirement, minimum coaching position requirement is the stuff that's red there. I've never had this situation where I've had it all empty, so that's got to be the case. Interesting. Um, cool. So now we're in the re-sign phase. So we gotta re-sign the guys. Oh, well, that's nice. So it says that Goudreau wants to re-sign. It says that Forsberg wants to re-sign, which hasn't been the case every other time that I've had, like in the off season for, well, the previous series. That's good news. What's he asking for? 8.4, 6. 250,000 more, and then 400,000 more. I think seven's going to be optimal. Um, so previously it was 85% of salary, I think was the starting point for the first year. I'm gonna do 90%, see what happens. That's another thing is when they want to re-sign, usually like they're asking prices low enough. So I'm gonna try 0.9 times 8.65. So that's 7.785. So 7.8. We'll try that. Yeah, because like both of these are quite reasonable. Um, another thing I was just thinking, it might be a good thing that we weren't able to sign, um, or sorry, trade for Theodore, because that leaves us cap space, which means we might be able to pick up more free agents, and then we might be able to like play around with salaries, trade, like maybe salary retention, maybe a bunch of different things to be able to fit better, more people in. Because we don't know about what's going to happen with free agency. So having the space allows us to just, again, swing for the fences. So, and then we can always find room for Theodore if it means getting rid of one of the guys we traded for before. So, yeah, that's a good. I'm a bit of an optimist, and I guess that's a great demonstration where look on the bright side of things. That's like just no, I know. So I meant that in like, everyday life psychology stuff. But if you think about it in business, there's always an opportunity in any failure, or if it's not a failure, like this is just a shortcoming. It's not really a failure in not getting Theodore, but it actually opens up an opportunity. So everything has its own benefits. And sometimes when things don't go right, you actually have a better opportunity. And I think this is actually the case. So, anyways, just some thoughts. Okay, so point nine puts him at 7.335. How old is he? He's gonna be 35. Man, and then on top of it, if we can get these contracts at these rates that I'm aiming for, man, they're gonna be both steals of like high end talent. And that gives us even more cap space than I was expecting. So we'll see what happens. I'm not holding my breath, but it seems promising. That was 2004, 25, 2. So 8 is going to be optimal for him. Uh, point 0.9 times 5.075. 5075. That's 4,567. 4, 5, 6, 7. Cool. So all those guys are offered. Goalies, no. Yeah, and see what I mean about Fleury? So his cap hit now is 3.5, whereas previously he was 6 something. Yeah, and look, at the moment we have 46.8 million in cap space. Mind you, when we sign all these guys, that'll shrink dramatically, but I think that'll still leave us something like 20 some odd thousand. Okay, so a bit low, and a bit low. Um, Okay, so last time we went 7.8. What is 925? 8 million even. Let's try that. So this time I'm going to try 92.5% as the factor, whatever you want to call it. So 815 times 0.925 is 754. 755. Man, that would be cheap if we can get him at that. Even the 8 million for Goudreau, like just consider. So I think he was the second highest point producer. If we can get him at like 8 million, where what was it? Right now, McDavid is 11, 12 million, something like that. I can't remember how much he's getting paid. Um, yeah, to shave off 4 million and basically get the same production, that is just crazy. Okay, so in this case, 5075925 is 4.7. Let's see if this works. No, no, and no. All right, so looks like it's gonna have to be 95% of what they're asking for. 8.21. I mean, it's still cheap, like 0.95 times 8.65. So that's good. 815 times 0.95. 775. Four. 825. So I would be surprised if these don't go through. How many days do we have left? Yeah, we still got time. Good, good, good. So 95%. And I think that factor only works if they're interested in re-signing, in which case, for the other guys that don't want to re-sign, so where it says um, extension or whatever, where it says that, if it says no, then that's where I would start at. I think it's like, I think 80% is what I did before last season. I can't recall for sure, but um, try 80, 85%, and then work your way up from there. because they like their demands are way higher when they don't want to re-sign, and then you can negotiate them down sometimes. Anyways, so everyone should be that's supposed to be signed should be signed. So now we can move forward to July 1. Hate how they do this. Yeah, it's funny. I was just thinking, um, I explained how I do my coffees. I do one after the other separately so that one's so that they each stay warm. And then now because I've been so delayed on everything, now they're both cold, I'm sure. Well, the current one's cold, and I'm sure the other one is too. Oh well, too bad for me. So yeah, anyways, I just want to show this. So yeah, look, he's the second uh, leading point getter. McDavid's making 12.2. Goudreau, we just signed for 8.225. Ridiculous. So think about that. 4 million for essentially the same production. And then otherwise, other guys like Connor, we already had him. So it's 7.145, producing the same amount as 9. So that's 2 million in savings. Panarin's what, 11? 4 million in savings. Uh, yeah, what, King's 10. Yeah. So just think about that. Like, it's all about good contracts. And if you can get nothing but good contracts, you can have a crazy deep team. Okay, next up, we need to see about free agents. So, first thing I want to do is see what's out there. So, I do have a procedure. Um, oh, wait, actually, before I do that, cider, power, Dobson, Bouchard, Carrier, Giordano. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So we would have, I think it's Carrier would be sitting out. Yeah, as our seventh defenseman. Oh, and I guess maybe I should have explained this. So something, I think I said this in my series recap for the previous series. Something that you always want to do is maintain at least a couple players at entry level contracts. So the reason why I picked up Sider, he's got 2 years left on his entry level contract, and his productivity is already stellar. That's why I picked up Power. Now, we don't know about his productivity, but he's got a crazy high trade value. Um, we have I thought we had all 3 years. So, sorry, we have 2 years, same difference at entry level contract. Plus, we have Carey and Bouchard, both at league minimum, I think no, like just I guess just a good two-way contract. And then he's on his entry level, I'm pretty certain. Uh, and then we, on top of it, have Giordano at 800,000 for 2 more years. So yeah, so like basically spending nothing, which gives us space to um, extend these guys. Another thing to note, if you see our cap space there, 26 million is what we have for free agents. So that's crazy good. Um, we're overspending from what I want to do on Flurry. Reimer's within range, but maybe slightly high. But they're everything we want. So high poise, um, awesome uh, track record of performance. 912 career save percentage is really good. It's very rare. Um, Swayman, it's the same concept. Entry level contract. We probably won't be able to keep him after this year, but it's just to save on cap space right now. We need to do that so we can put together like the best team possible. Because again, the expectations are 66.666% Stanley Cup rate. So there's no seasons off. We need to be perfect all the time. So that's why we have him, Flurry. I mean, well, obviously, same story. His poise is 90. And that's why I was willing to overspend on him in net because I have a feeling he's going to contribute to us winning and his elite potential. And, anyways, so I just liked the idea of having him. And then, so we needed to have a couple playmakers. We got Goudreau. Uh, Forsberg, I believe, is two-way. Yeah. And so something that I've learned from the last series is sometimes two-way forwards can be high producing players. So whereas last series, it wasn't until late that I discovered that, yeah, don't necessarily pay attention to their player type. The priority is X factors and, puck skill, shooting, and stuff like that. So anyways, yeah, so maybe it's a gamble to some degree to go for this guy, but I'm going to try and see what happens. Lindholm is a playmaker. So we got at least two playmakers, one on each line. Gensel's a sniper. Connor's a sniper. Um, Hintz is, I can't remember, two-way forward. And again, for his cap hit, he's going to be expiring, but 3.15 for a guy that produces 72 points in 80 games, like no brainer. Thompson, 68 points in 78. Power forward, I've discovered that they tend to produce very well more often than not. And look, 1.4 million. And then, yeah, some other guys. Herman's is two-way forward. 65 points, costing you 1.5 million. Of course, we don't know if they're going to produce that with us. Who knows? We already saw Bunting when I showed him before. Giordano, 35 points in 75 games, costing league minimum, basically. Um, Bouchard, we don't know how he's going to pan out because he's young, but again, same sort of thing. And yeah, so we have like a mix of player types. We have basically a playmaker, sniper on each line. Um, so I think it's a good mix of everything. What does the game call us right now? Conservative buyer. So I've done well enough with the team that we're considered a buyer. Trade value of the picks went up. No, okay, so what I was gonna say is maybe I shouldn't trade maybe I shouldn't go for Theodore now because I need to keep the cap space. But I was just thinking, you know what? I do need to trade it now because if I pick up all those people in free agency, that our pick's going to shoot down. Calgary, in all likelihood, is going to shoot down if they pick up guys. And New York is higher than it was. So I need to capitalize on the value of these assets right now. Um, I'm glad I checked. Yeah, we might be able to pull it off with just these two. Let's try this. So it's nice not to be on a time clock to pull off these trades so I can actually do things properly rather than skip the picks. Whoops. And try to get things done. I guess that's another reason why I didn't have as much value is because maybe I skipped some value in like what I'm doing here. I'm going through each pick. Actually, you know what? It doesn't matter if I do it this year or next year. Okay, so it's gonna have to be more. Oh, we might as well take advantage of that second round pick. So that has more value than it will have. I did get rid of Matheson. I had to think about that for a sec. Because I was debating on keeping him. Not permanently, but like until this point to use him in the trade. But skip one. Alright. Well, you guys want this. Um, no way. Wow. Okay, so went smoother than expected. So now we have That Rangers first rounder. I wish we knew what's going to happen with the draft picks, but like next draft is Bedard, so we need a first round pick to try to get the lottery pick. Well, that's not an immediate um, priority, so still only calls us a conservative buyer. All right, so now we have the full team that I wanted, so I can erase that here. And then now we go back to the procedure I made. So at some point, I said I said this last series. At some point, I was going to show you the procedure and share it so you guys could use it. Um, I forgot slash never got to it. So at some point, I should do that this series. Which again, I said that last time, but this time I really should do it. Okay, so still only have that. Um, I wonder what it tells us for sales so far. Like we're gonna have a tough time. Yeah, we're right at the bottom of the league. We're gonna have a tough time competing on the financials, at least to start. 11th in national popularity. That makes sense. Team prestige at the bottom. So, I mean, with the settings, that's the way it should look, anyways. But um, yeah. Okay, so first step is trading block, which should have already been done. Yeah. Then budgets, which we don't have access to yet. Then scouts. Ooh, yikes, there's nothing out there. So it looks like B minus is going to have to be acceptable for now. I think these were all guys that we had before. Um, so our NHL scouting, I think, is going to have to be sacrificed. Are any of them good at? He's okay at NHL. He's not bad. He's not bad. So what it might be is four guys go to the four divisions, and then one guy goes to where the franchise guy is supposed to be. Now, mind you, we already know at the very least Bedard's going to be franchise, and then it's just a question of if there's any other franchise guys. But that one guy that we're going to have to amateur scout, we can always move him to different places once we figure out the answer. So I think that's going to be the strategy for now. Um, yeah, otherwise we're kind of stuck. We don't have much going on. Yeah, so he can do some NHL. He can too. Not the best for, and I don't know if we have full coverage, but it's good enough. All right, so next up is coaches. So we have no coaches, which is a bit of a gamble, but again, the guys that we had, excuse me, are going to be available anyways. So um, there's really no risk. Wow, this guy is good. Isn't that a guy we had? But I thought it said defense, not goalies. Huh. Well, too late now, but NHL head coach, huh? Can you ask about role, salary, duration? Huh. Well, I guess the only thing I can figure out is, well, here's another example. Somebody, I think multiple people over time have asked me what I would do to improve the game. This is another one. We should have the ability to ask, how flexible are you on your role within the organization? How important is contract duration? Very critical, not willing to budge. Uh, wow, so he's he wants 2 million to be a head coach with goaltending specialty and isn't willing to budge on duration of contract. So, because I was gonna see about maybe putting him into goalie coach, but clearly that doesn't appear to be a good option. Do we sign him at 2 million and put him as associate coach? We can afford it. Two, four, six, eight, and then 1 million or so between, or I mean 2 million between all the AHL coaches. Uh, that's tough. Well, we'll revisit that. Like I said, this is a bit of a gamble to go and get rid of all my coaches, but so we got a generalist as an option for head coach. He was, yeah, see, this changed because he was defensive and then now he's a generalist. So I'm glad that I fired them because it gave them better specialties. So we have no forward coaches. Do we have any by this? No. Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs. So we might be starting off with a subpar coach, which is fine because we'll eventually be able to get out of it. But yeah, we're for sure, we have no forward coaches that are within the range of what we're looking for. None. So we're going to have to go. Um, hmm, I was going to say we're going to have to go generalist, but then I thought veterans maybe. Well, no matter what, it's going to be one of these guys. Pay 5 million. It's an interview. I want to see if we can go down in duration. Good. Okay, so we're gonna sign him for 1 year. I'm okay with giving him what he's asking for. Um, should I ask him if he's willing to budge on his contract? Yeah. See, like, why does it? I don't understand why it says how much salary you're looking for. Well, we already know it tells us. That's not a question to ask. What's the point? So they're both important, but not critical. So we've got a bit of wiggle room on duration. I would rather just offer him what he wants and uh, chop down a year of duration. So we're going to have 1 season where we don't have the coaching style that I want. Talking about that, what is his full coaching style? Standard, aggressive, weak side lock, I believe is pretty offensive. Balance, normal pressure's fine. 1-2-2 I dislike a lot. Diamond penalty kill I also dislike. Shooting. Yeah. Roll 4 lines and roll all pairings I also don't like, but our team's going to be pretty balanced anyways. So we can get away with that for a year and still be a decent team. Um, give him what he's asking for, just chop down a year. So hopefully nobody nabs him before us. That's the other risk of all this. But okay, let's see what else is out there. Do we have anybody to develop into a role? And I guess the other thing is to keep watching to see if anybody gets fired, because if somebody that we like gets fired, then we could pick them up too. This guy's not bad. He's a generalist. He also might have been a guy we had. He is a guy we had. As long as I'm remembering correctly. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have nothing but generalists, which is okay, because I mean, we'll have a mix of everything. Veterans. We have some veterans. That's not a bad idea, actually, to keep up with our NHL squad. B minus B, B minus, B minus, C, C. So he's a smidge better than the other guy. Yeah. So he's gonna be our assistant coach. Um, Hopefully his duration is flexible. Okay. So if we can chop him down to 1 year, uh, how much do assistant coaches get paid? 600,000. Associates. 812 basically. Yeah, so 984, 1054. Yeah, we'll go with 1054. That's not him, is it? Where was he? There he is. Okay, so 1054. We'll just do 105. Put him as assistant. Did we have anybody we would develop up in our system? C minus is a bit low. C minus, C minus, C. We're not really going to develop a veteran coach anyways. Yeah. So we have no one to develop for the future. Um, he's all D's. Those are C's. We'll probably get a defensive coach included. Probably another generalist. No, wait. So yeah, we're gonna have a defensive. Oh, but he's assistant. Hmm. I don't think I'm going to be developing any defensemen either. So it really doesn't matter. Oh man, that's tough. So the question is, do I do a defensive coach who's worse than some of our options as generalists, or to like have a variety of coaching styles, or do we go with a generalist? Um, have less variety but stronger coaching. I think more variety is what I'm going to go for. Put you as associate. Let's interview you first. Great. Okay. What is a veteran coaching style? Physical versus. What does physical? So I should have put him as associate. Maybe hire him and then promote him and then hire this guy. And then as a result, I can uh, hire him as. Oh, I just fell into an awesome mistake. Okay, so hire this guy as associate. Yeah. So I don't know if you caught my train of thought there. So hire this guy as associate, demote him to goalie coach, promote the other guy to associate, and then hire this defensive guy as assistant. I like that strategy a lot. 2 years, cares about duration, cares about his price. Um, give him what he's asking for and just put him associate. Yeah, let's do that. So, I mean, not optimal, but in terms of like who we're getting, but yeah, I lucked out and fell into a good strategy. Okay, so then if that's the case, our priority for the AHL is going to be teaching, I'm assuming. Actually, we could turn out having veterans. So I might use that veteran guy in the AHL. Interesting. Because, yeah, I'm going to have to fill out the AHL, but like who with? And more often than not, it's going to turn out being veterans and prospects. But if we get a mix of um, teaching and coaching styles, then we should cover pretty much everything. Um, don't want a defensive head coach. Wasn't veterans physical? Yeah, he wants to be AHL head coach, which is very convenient because that's what we want him to be. Years wanted 4. So fingers crossed that he's flexible on duration. Small change in duration. Should say relevant. What? AHL head coach is 731. Pay him $1 million, put him 2 years. I think so. Oh, I did. I would put him as. I wasn't paying enough attention. I hope I put him as AHL head coach. Whoops. Um. Okay, so that's our AHL head coach. We've got associate gets demoted to goalie. The other guy's assistant gets promoted to associate. The other guy we delay, hire later. Then next we need. I think there was a decent defensive coach. What might have been him for the AHL. Yeah, we're in a tough spot. There's like no good options for coaches. So, uh, this guy is all D's. So he AHL assistant. Oops. 731. So we might not go with him because he's got no flexibility and duration. So two generalists in the AHL, I guess. C minus. C minus. Okay, so then, well, I guess it's whoever's willing to take a shorter duration. Sure, she'll give you additional contracts in the future with another team, not with us, though. Sorry. I like your answers. 731. How many years does he want? 3. DCD. AHL associate. Now we have that other guy to interview. I'm crossing my fingers he's okay on duration. Okay, good. Okay, so that is head coach, associate, assistant, leave goalie coach empty for NHL because that guy gets demoted to goalie. I hope I didn't screw up on the one. Uh, I think it was AHL head coach. I forgot if I made sure that it was the right one. But anyways, then we have associate, assistant for AHL. We have AHL head coach, I believe. Yeah, that was that veterans guy. And then we need a goalie coach for AHL. Okay, so AD is the best so far. AD D minus. Got one D. Well, that makes it easy. We've got one guy that is decent, which is this guy. Girl. Uh, let's just see about contract duration. We might have to just throw them in for as many years because they're the best option. There's no other choice. Okay, so actually we might be okay. So just overpay uh, and put the duration low. Okay, so we want 1 year, pay you 7 for HL goalie coach. Ooh. Or I sign her as NHL goalie coach and demote her to AHL goalie coach. I have to wait for all the coaches to respond, but they're typically one after the other, like essentially at the same time. I mean, it's going to hurt morale a bit, but um, I don't really care. It's actually a smart idea. It just makes it where I have to delay a little bit, which could cost me, but I don't think it's going to come back and bite me. So that should be everybody there. Okay, so we've done scouts, coaches, and then we have maybe that. Okay, so before I do the next steps, I'm gonna pause. Well, not pause, but step away for a moment. So be right back. Okay, back. So I forgot to say that at some point I'm gonna have to step away for or I will not that I have to, but I will step away for a longer break. I don't know when yet. I'm kind of still feeling like doing stuff, but yeah, I could decide that I want to step away at any moment. So just so you know. Okay, so next thing, what I want to see if there's anything I should be trading for. Problem is we have nothing to trade. So we're kind of stuck. Um, well, oh, and I should actually, this is kind of a good, the fact that I stalled there for a moment. Take a look at our franchise already. This is what we're working with to start. So pretty darn good. There's no like, and this is kind of true. It's like I said in other streams. There is no good excuse for having an off season. You could always repurpose your assets and put together a competitive team. This is a great example. So no excuses ever. See, like if teams traded away all their first round picks, if they did everything that I just did, yes, it kind of technically, theoretically sacrifices the future, but in the end, you could always make things work. So if you're always managing your cap well, you can find people that are willing to sign, um, and then you can put together a competitive team. So I was gonna take a look at things that I can trade for, but we don't have enough assets to do it. So I'm just not gonna bother. That's technically the next step is to see if there's any good signings that were made and then trade for them. Um, you know what? Actually, I still should technically do my due diligence because what if there is something out there and then I can trade one of the guys that I currently have for something better? Did Terry extend? He was one of the guys I was considering trading for. 67. Hmm. But he's expiring. Would he have been a better option than his? 72, no. I mean, if you want to save that 2 million in cap space, but that extra productivity, I think, is worth it. He's not better than him. The other guys get paid nothing. 65. We could upgrade to him. Hmm, it's actually an option. But anyways, we're gonna have. I haven't looked at who's available in free agency, but we should be able to find guys that are going to be ahead of him anyways. So basically, we're comparing with Tage Thompson and Rope Hintz. there's anybody better than them and a good cap hit. 7.1. I mean, it would be nice to do Pasternak, but um, 7 years at 7.6. I don't know if I like him as a player though. I like Aho, but he's that smidge more expensive. Landeskog's pretty good value. 7 times 7. He's a power forward. What position? He's left wing. I don't think he. Oh, he can do face-offs. Would he? He wouldn't have been better than Gensel, Connor, Goudreau, Forsberg. Well, Forsberg we had to keep anyways because we got him for free, so he was extension. Thompson. Then there's the cap space gone. Yeah, we couldn't really have done better than we did there. Who else? Who else? Who else? So I think Robertson got an extension here. 8 times 7.5. That is very good. 41 goals. Put as a sniper. 79 with 41 goals. Still don't think he's better than the rest of them. No. No. It's just kind of comical. Shows you I did my research well. 3, 4. I am missing a top 6 guy though. Because technically I'd like Thompson, Hintz to be at third line. Thompson, Hintz, and let's say Hartman, Bunting on fourth. So ideally, we would have Robertson. That sucks. We can't really get him with anything, can we? Because I really do want to hold on to Thompson and Hintz because of the cap hit. So performance per cap hit. Theodore Sider we need to Keep Giordano. Technically, we could get rid of Dobson. No. Power, no. Bouchard, no. Carrier, potentially, but I mean, we'd have to package everything to get him, and then we'd have to go refill, which we could. We traded Carrier. They don't want Giordano. His value per cap hit is stellar. So depending on what happens in free agency, we might sign some guys and then actually trade to get somebody like him. Um, 7.5. Man, that's a good contract. Larkin. That Draisaitl contract is good, but I think it expired. No, he still has a couple of years. 8.3. I mean, it's good. Clearly very good. It's just I don't have enough trade value to actually go and get him. Oh, they have Barkov as franchise. I don't remember that. Oh, I should check goalies too. I forgot about that. Kaprizov, his contract's actually reasonable too for what he produces. 108 points? I didn't realize it was that high. But again, his trade value is just a bit too high for us to go and pick up. It's within range, but anywho, Caulfield, he was an option, but he's going to be on an expiring contract, so didn't make sense. How much did he sure produce? Not enough. Hughes was a guy I had last time, but again, trade value is too high. So had I started like I started with the Toronto Maple Leafs with all the trade value I had, then things would have been where I could have gotten more like I did last time. We're starting off definitely below. Parcel's a really good option. His productivity wasn't that great. Spinajad was another guy that I got before, but 81 points. I still have better options with me. It's nice to look at names that I recognize again, starting this all over again. So Chuck, I like. I don't think he produced enough, plus those penalty minutes. Brinkett was good value, but yeah, expiring contract, I had better options. And he produced a lot. His trade value is pretty low. How many years? 6 years. Wow. So he's something I could consider at some point. Maybe, maybe not. Um, yeah, Carlson's still there. Meyer, what's your story? 76. He expires. Tarasenko was another guy could have considered, but not. That's 82 points. It's pretty good. 76. He was a guy I had last time, but again, I think I have better options currently. 77, pretty good too. Wasn't Cairo good? 75. Yeah, they have a bunch of good guys. Sergachev, that's a good contract. I thought he produced more than that, though. Years left, it's got to be, yeah, last year. Everybody else is overpaid except for maybe Hedman. Stamkos, close. The other two are too high. Um, Nylander at the moment's okay, but I wouldn't want him. Bradley's okay. 68 points. $7.5. It's the reason I didn't go for him from the cap hit. Yeah, $5 million for Theodore. Similar-ish performance. Sider, entry level. Dobson, decent performance, low cap hit. Power, cheap. So yeah, it's just that the alternatives were better, but still a good, really good contract. Pedersen, I think, expires, doesn't he? Soon. But that one's not bad otherwise. Hughes, same thing, pretty good contract. 68 points, that's crazy. Miller's is a great one. That's one that I was considering, but I liked my options, the ones that I chose ahead of him. Last time I had Marcia, so Carlson's pretty good for his performance, but he's old. That's the 4 more years. I mean, it's not bad. I'd say it's a good contract. Morrissey. See, his production was low there, but he's in real life has done a lot better. Scheifele's another decent contract. 60, 70 points. It's been at or over a point per game. .125. Versus, no, he's only got 2 years left versus, I mean, Lindholm would be the other comparable, but he's cheaper, has the same number of years. And then the other guys have produced more, I think. 47 goals. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess maybe, no. Yeah, maybe Gensel. 40 and 44 versus 29 and no, it's a no-brainer to go with Gensel too. So, yeah, so clearly I did my work and I got it right. It's just a question of filling out the rest of the roster. Okay, so next step, I want to see if there were any goalies drafted that are good. Why does this thing always move over? Is that? Okay, so nothing drafted. Tachuk, no good for overall. This guy's good. So I think, yeah, didn't I see him before? I can't remember. Anyways, he's a guy we would want to trade for. And before the season starts, so a year of his contract doesn't get eaten up. So, because he would be one of those prospects we would usually trade for after a draft year. So if we can get him at some point, that's, I should write a note of that actually, so I don't forget. Uh, we want Perot. I don't know if it's Perot or Prot. Arizona. I don't know if I should write down Robertson. Because I mean, it's a great contract, but am I prioritize getting him? Well, I guess, yeah, I haven't even looked at free agency yet, so we'll figure that out. It's funny how the only good prospect, if I had to bet, is the computer generated one, not the actual people. At least for purposes of this video game. Yeah, this guy's also computer generated. Maybe? Maybe not, because it has no track record. knows? Um, what is he though? It doesn't tell me where he's drafted from. Well, I'm assuming it's USHL. I think that's the abbreviation. Anyways, the US Junior League. Is that what it is? Should look that up. USHL Junior Hockey League. Yeah, okay. So I think that's right. Talking about that, since we checked for that guy, it's going to tell us anything about him. No. So maybe it doesn't give you a track record for at least to start. And maybe this guy's a real guy. I don't know. But anyways, 82 overall. Um, at 17. It's a no-brainer. We need to pick him up. Okay, so nothing to trade for at the moment except for him. Um, okay. Prospects, signings. Oh, extend players. So that's also going to tell me if maybe don't extend players until I trade for guys, or sorry, until I sign guys. Well, anyways, let's look at what they're asking for. 6.1 for his performance. That's reasonable, but I would rather Robertson at that cap hit. Exact same thing here. So, um, hmm, do we trade right away? Or do we wait till the end of the season? If we trade right away, then we have less cap space. If we trade at the end of the season, we still own their rights. Yeah. So we'll play out the season before we trade them, but we are going to trade both of them because for cost benefit, we have better alternatives like Robertson. Bunting, what do you want? 4.1. What's his trade value? We might just let him expire or trade him at the deadline. Four, 6. See, it goes up by too much each time. But the overall cost is not that bad. So if we do 3 years at 4, probably be about 3.8. That gives us cap space, but it risks him being more expensive on extension after that. But we don't know how he's going to do. So based on my actual strategy, this is correct. So I won't do it yet though because we're going to sign guys, but that seems about right. So after we sign guys, I'll probably do that right away, assuming we have the space, and I think we will. Carrier, 4 million. So that's a no-brainer for no. But we own all the guys' rights except for Bunting. So Bunting we'd have to do by the deadline. The rest we can go to the end of the year. In the system we would have nothing. Swayman is going to be too expensive, yeah. It's obvious. 1 year you're willing to do at 3 million. We might actually do that. Because I don't know what better alternatives would be out there. 3 million. So it's not a no. That's a very serious consideration. I thought it would be for sure no. Reimer, 2.4. That's a maybe two. So an option could be extend Swayman, get a cheaper version of Reimer for next season. So that's an option. So anyway, so at least strategically we have an idea of what we're going to do. Now, I should change this. So I'm going to change the order of my process. So the document that I have. Uh, yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see. Free agents. Okay. So Linus and RFA. We've got Malkin. He's a great option for us. That's 7 million. That's quite good because he's basically a point per game and produces a lot of goals. They have him as a yeah, they have him as a playmaker, but also he's old, veteran would make our team a lot better. And then in that, yeah, the fact that we have a veteran, one of our coaches is a veteran coach, would help us maintain their value throughout the season. So Malkin's kind of a no-brainer to at least offer something. We have how much in cap space? 21. 7. Kane, I mean, theoretically we could. What does it say about his personality? Meshes well with any room. He's had so much trouble in many rooms. He had problems in Winnipeg. Didn't he have problems somewhere else? Where did he play before? Yeah, I could have sworn that he had problems somewhere else. Anyways, 65 points. Bergeron's very good. Basically a point per game. Again, a veteran. For the playoffs, that'd be great. He's a great option. 65. Giroux used to produce a lot, and then he's kind of dipped. Could be good. 65 and 75. Cap hit's good. Malkin, Bergeron, Giroux. Well, at the very least, we could theoretically offer all three. Can't actually afford all three, but it depends on if they're willing to sign at their salary expected or not. Or we monitor them and then compete on price as we've done before. Because maybe their cap hit's going to go down. I think. Ooh, I don't know if I want to play with fire. Well, but if I offer right away, somebody can undercut me anyways. Well, overcut, whatever you want to call it. Hmm. But yeah, we basically need three forwards, if I remember correctly. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So three good forwards. I mean, maybe I could kind of condense players into assets, but we can't do it right now because we have the guys. Cap hits are good. We really shouldn't get rid of them because it wouldn't be possible to get a guy that's good at like a lower cap hit. So yeah. Plus, also the coach is rolls four lines, so having all four lines good is not a bad idea. Hmm. So I think we're gonna go for all three. Uh, let's write down. So Malkin currently watts 7.35. Bergeron wants 7. And Giroux wants 6.725. So I'm writing this down so that as the days go by, if people offer, I know what they at least started at, and I know ballpark what they're probably going to want. So, like, if I went 10% over on all those, I don't think I can get all of them, but, well, I can't afford to get all of them, but, yeah, anyways, it just helps with figuring things out. Okay, so that's that. Well, that was in order by salary expected, so maybe there's other guys out here. Prawn at 5.4, 57 points. It's very good value. So Prawn's going to be our fallback plan if we can't get all three, which we probably won't be able to get all three. 5.4. Strom's already got offers. We're not going to compete on that. The other guys are priorities. Trocheck's not bad. He's got an offer. Cops. I mean, not at that cap hit. Man, they don't give him good enough defensive ratings. He should have been better than that, I think. Well, maybe it's accurate. I don't know. D'Angelo. No. I mean, he's totally good. for that cap hit, yeah, it's just, again, alternatives. We have to put together a full team, not just at the top. So basically, I think we're going to try to get 3 of the 4 Malkin, Bergeron, Giroux, and Perron. We can afford all of them. Um, 61. We have a number of fallback plans too. So we'll just see what's out there afterwards. Anyone especially cheap? Two-way forward, and he's got bad defensive ratings. He's an option. It's like a very far fallback plan. I like Niederreiter. Kessel's another decent fallback plan. Getzlaff. They don't even give us his stats. What do they have him as? Actually, quite good. He's a good fallback too. So we have tons of options to fall back on. And come to think of it, maybe those guys that I picked up, I maybe shouldn't have. But then, you know what? Based on their cap hit, they're still better than the guys that I would get here. Because I'm thinking like, so like, let's say I didn't have Bunting and Hartman and stuff, but they're all like 1.5, 1 million. So there's no point in none of these guys would have been better options anyways. Um, Interesting. He's another good fallback plan. Anything interesting from this view? Won't look like it. Doubt there's any goalies we would seriously consider. Holtby was somebody I was thinking about getting. So he'd be like a good replacement for Reimer, but he's asking for too much, so I don't know about that in the end. Halak's another great option. I mean, slight uh, his career stats are basically the same as Reimer's. I was gonna say slight downgrades, but kind of like a negligible downgrade. Yeah, same difference. So for the cap hit, it would be Halak, but both would be decent options. And then that's that. Okay, so next step. So we know who we're targeting on the high end. Next step is to figure out about high value players. So this is where we're going to make up a lot of what we're missing in terms of like assets and stuff. The problem is at this point, there's not really going to be much out there that's affordable. So we would need two-way contracts, which I would predict there's going to be essentially nothing. So far, Trennan and Pitlick maybe, but I doubt it. Rodriguez, 82. Again, I doubt that one. Mahura, 78. Magnuson's probably a yes, though. Magnuson, 63. Um, M. Johansson, 81. Maybe Benson. That Regin Niemi is probably a yes. Lewis Ryan, maybe. This guy probably is. Six. But yeah, as you can tell, like the trade value is not that high for these guys. Compared to what we could do in other off seasons. So 74. Six. Uh, do I keep going? Actually, I got so many roster spots I have to. Spezza, maybe. Man, we have a whole bunch more. Oh, I haven't been paying too close attention to the contracts. Okay, thankfully I didn't mess up. I recognize on Strawman there. Getting close to done. Man, there's a lot. Is that the actual Bieksa? No, I don't think so. What's his first name? Brian Bieksa? Yeah, maybe it is him. No, it can't be because of his age. Never mind. Is that his first name? I can't remember. Anyways, not important. Oh wait, I shouldn't write that guy down. I think that's close to everybody. And valid 62. Oh yeah, I am nearly done. There we go. Did I do Pedersen? Pedersen 60, yeah. Okay, so now that's the whole list of forwards. How many goalies? Pretty sure. Oh, maybe. There's a couple. Is there anybody? No, I'll leave the rest. Yeah, I was just gonna ask the question if there's anybody that I want to keep, but if I want to keep them, then I don't really care about the trade value. So, all right, now we gotta go sign a boatload of players. We have 19 of 50 contracts, which means 31 people we can sign. Pretty sure this guy's on the list. RNDJB 76, yes. Cool. Oh, no way. Fleury wants the two-way. All right, that's two. So these are all guys that we're going to sign and trade. And then this should give us ballpark maybe 3, 4, maybe even more first round picks worth of value. Maybe an easier way to do this is this way. Yeah, probably easier this way. And schnar top 6. And Henry top 9. Novak. P. Novak. Niederbach top 9. So after I do one pass through, then the rest I'll just monitor from uh, offers. The reason why I want to do a full pass through is because I kind of need to get trade value and do it quick. So this way I give myself the best chance. Okay. J, Pit, Slick. Okay. Now we need to find VX. What? He wants a one-way? Did I miss him? Or did I already offer and I just gapped out? Well, unless I mistyped his overall. I will figure it out. That's one of them. Man to give me top 9. I almost missed him. M. Crutil, top 6. So Dice, Olsen, and something else. Minton. Really? They're not there? Or do I give him two-way just to make sure that I get a signing? Yeah. Gru and Putio? There's Gru. Okay, so this one is Havilid and Kapanen. Huh, neither of them. Neither of the other two guys. Pedersen, that's it for 60. I can't believe some of these guys want one-way contracts and they're this low. Wow. Home. Well, on the positive side, even though this has taken a while, we'll have lots of guys under contract, which will make a big difference. So Schutz, Kukkonen, and Nickel. There's one. That might be Kukkonen. Schutz is the last one. All right, I should say not the last one in total, but last one of that number. 5. Raja Niemi. And Pasek top 9. So yeah, in future seasons I won't have to do this because, well, I will have an established team and all that stuff. But yeah, this time in particular, it was important. 53. Is there anybody? 52. 1, 0. Is there anybody lower than 50? 49. Well, there is technically, except there's the guy's not there. 48. That's it. Okay, and then goalies. We have Lennox. That's it. All right, so those are all of the initial signings. Brings us to 46 contracts. That's actually perfect. What are the odds? Many people are interested in Ikonen. Should look these guys up. Oh, but some of these guys are probably RFAs. Yeah. So no, I won't check everybody. I'll just check the first guy there. If his trade value is low, I'm going to be surprised. Huh? Why didn't he show up? Whatever. I'll just offer because everybody else did. Okay, so did I do everything I needed to do? So we have trading blocks done. We can't do budgets, can we? Should save too. Scouts, we did. Coaches, we did. Can't trade for people. Can't trade for people. Uh, we can't really clear cap space. Can't upgrade picks. Offered. Oh, we haven't offered to anybody because we're monitoring. Bergeron, Giroux, Malkin, and Perron. You idiot. Ow! God. How did those guys reject it? Okay, so it was Oliwa and a defenseman coach. Oh, goalie coach. Hmm. Did I? I'm gonna wait till I get a response on the rest. So he wants to be a head coach. We offered associate though, at the same salary. Hmm. More money? We can afford them, so we can afford to do this, is what I mean. 3 million. And he's gonna be a goalie coach. And what was Oliwa was duration. So I can do 2 years. What was he again? Oh no, he was veteran. Yeah, he wants 3 years. Let's go 2 years. Oh, but how much do we pay him again? $1 million. Whoops. 1.1. Give him 2 years. Yuck. Okay, so, oh, I think we got all of our scouts already. Okay, so nobody's offered on them. I almost saw me. Actually, you know what? I'll just offer on. If the guy shows up, then might as well just offer. $29. Oh, I forgot to check about this. $52, $56, $76. Cool. I think that's it. Yeah. Why are you being such a dick? Great. It's funny, you guys are all extremely happy, and you're all gonna get traded. You idiot. So I think we have most of our coaches. Uh, Now we need to do that strategy of demoting. Wait, though. Actually, his coaching style is physical, so you know what? We can't get the other coach. Why is it saying that we're paying 7 million? I guess some of our previous spending has stayed with us. Well, no matter what, so we can't afford the other coach. He's going to be head coach. Um, Assistant, CCC, BBB, associate. Hmm. Well, you're gonna have to be NHL goalie coach. Yeah, we're kind of stuck. Apparently, we don't have the staffing salary that I thought we did. Which is weird. It just like totally filled up out of nowhere. So I guess our firings counted against us. I don't know. It doesn't really matter. And it's funny because we more or less had the exact same coach. We fired that. Whatever. Nothing I can do about that now. Now we need. Where's the other coach? There he is. I thought we lost him for a sec. $703. So he goes to assistant, and then we need a goalie coach. Two D's, two D's, three D's. Cool. It's the most it'll let us pay him. Huh. Well, coaching kind of turned out worse than I was hoping. What's his coaching style, anyways? Standard, aggressive, weak side lock, balance, it's all okay. Normals. Staggered's, I think, okay. 1-1-2 penalty kill. I don't know how that looks. Shooting balance, roll four lines, roll all pairings. So I don't really. Hmm. Well, whatever. We got no choice in the matter, anyways. So, um, at least we have a good team, because otherwise we'd be in trouble. I did check the free agents. I'm pretty sure. Okay. See, and the game told us that there was no negative impact of firing the coaches, and then I did, and then there was. It's like, stupid game. Great. Excellent. So we have all our coaches. That's going to be our AHL goalie. Where are we at for days? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Still have 2 million of staffing space, and that's usually enough to hire most good coaches. So, how many years do we have? 2 years of this guy, but he can be thrown to goalie coach. 2 years of this guy, he can be thrown down. 1 year, we can renew if we need to. 1 year, again, can renew if we need to. 2 years, a bit annoying. Not the end of the world. 1 year, 1 year, 1 year. So we got lots of flexibility built in. Not the best coaching structure. If anything, it's quite poor, but I think we can get by with what we have. We have a really stellar team. Uh, so coaching sorted. Beginning. Oh, we have all of our roster spots filled too, since everybody's offering. We will as well. Malkin, Bergeron, Giroux, Perron are all clear. So we need to trade someone. So let's see what value we picked up here. Anything of any significance. So that's like third round pick. So a few third round picks worth of value. A couple tiny bits of value there. So we'll trade away one of them. What are we going to trade for? Let's go get a first round pick, maybe? One of those low value first round picks. Florida, maybe. Pittsburgh, Colorado. Might be able to get this. Actually, we should be able to get this. Oh wait, why am I doing a 6 first? Sevens. Sweet. So already we're accumulating some assets here. I think I did do everything I was supposed to. Nah. Malcolm, Bergeron, Giroux, Perron. I forget to see. Yeah, none of the owner stuff is showing up. Yeah. Oops. So maybe I won't take any long breaks today. I'll just zoom right through. What am I at for time, anyways? 6.5 hours. Malkin, Bergeron, Giroux, Perron. So they all dropped their prices now. So we'll see if anybody offers, but that makes them all much more affordable. Okay, Giroux, Perron. I should go check the value of these two guys and see if I should get them. Galchenyuk, Terry. Oh, forgot to check goalies. No. Nope. 1, 2. Giroux, Perron. Looks like nobody has cap space to sign these guys. Wait, it says we only have 18 million. Their contract expectations went down more, which is good. Um, if we have to, we might have to unload some contract. Well, we could do that like salary retention idea. Use our draft picks. That's an option. So, for example, to get rid of Fleury and pick him up again at like 1 million. That's an option. But anyways, we'll figure that out when we need to. Bergeron, Malkin, Giroux, Perron. Nothing for two-way. Bergeron, Malkin, Giroux, Perron. Let's check these guys. Bryson, Gaudette. Where did he come from? Or I guess what I mean is, why all of a sudden are people offering for him? And if he flipped from one-way to two-way at 68 overall, seems kind of confusing, but Bryson, no. Gaudette, no. Huh? Yeah, so not important, I guess. Okay. So none of those guys. 1, 2. So I used to go in 3-day blocks, but I've had a couple times where I've missed potential signings. So I've learned my lesson. Sim forward 2 days because you're not going to have somebody offered and signed within 2 days, or it would be very unlikely. I checked Bryson. I did do Gaudette. Nothing there. Giroux, Perron. So now we're getting to the point where there's a good chance we can afford all three of them. Um, Fingers crossed that we can, because we'll be a heck of a team if we have all three guys that we can sign. Uh, what was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I gotta check Ennis. After I check Ennis, I'm gonna step away for 2 minutes. Wait, he's 80 overall? I thought I saw 70 something. No, he is 80. Hmm. Well, it doesn't really matter. I don't care about my AHL franchise. It's all about the value of the assets. And also, this is giving us more time to delay in trading them, which is going to hurt my reputation less because we already saw it once um, where it hurt my reputation slightly. So Okay, so I'm going to step away 2 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, back. Malkin, Giroux, Bergeron. Wow, Bergeron's way lower. Perron. We really need this too, because at the moment that puts us at 17, 18 something million, really close to what we have space for. And like I said, worst case, we maybe remove somebody that's like $1 million because we can fill that $1 million with anything, whereas with these guys, we can't really replace them. Nothing there. I'm gonna save at this point. Okay, Giroux, Bergeron, Perron. Man, we could even, well, we could sign Perron. We couldn't really afford him though. That's the thing. Unless we did some weird like salary retention thing. Which for like the benefit versus the cost of assets, I really don't think I would. Everybody wants Thornton. Let's go check him out. I don't think he has any trade value, but I could be mistaken. Yeah, not enough. Malkin, Giroux, Bergeron, Perron. It's good that all four haven't been approached, because then that gives me what I gotta check. That gives me the option of any of the four if I do need to. Well, take Perron instead of one of the other guys. So yeah. Raffle, no. There's Malkin. Giroux, no. Bergeron, yes. Perron, yes. So, how are we going to do this? So, Malkin's original asking price was 7.35. Ooh, if I put him 2 years, that gives us more flexibility. Okay, let's try this. 7, and I think this is probably going to work. 7.35, because everything that programmers would have done are all based on like ratios and stuff like that. So there's going to be some sort of likely transfer. So 1.11363636. Now move it to 2 years. 6.175. 6.175. 6.175 times 1.11. That puts us at 6.8. Rounded up to 6.9. That's expensive. He's very good. Yeah, we're gonna have to. 6.9. Bergeron. He wants 1 year. 2 years goes up to 6. All right, so then we have 5.75. Oh, whoops. 7 divided by 5.75 equals 1.217 times 6.050. 7 divided by 575. No, we're not going to be able to afford all three, I don't think. This puts us up to 7.3. 7.5 plus 6.9 equals 14.2. Perron's 4.5. Huh. Minus 18.335 is 4 million we have of space. We would need to clear 2 million cap space to get Giroux. And then otherwise we're close to Perron, but I don't want to. Huh. Well, we have all these assets that we can trade. So before I go check that, let's go have a look at two-way. Nothing. Nothing. Okay. So we got two guys. We need to clear two spots anyways. We're a month away from when we originally signed all those guys, so we should have flexibility where it's not going to hurt our reputation. We really want to clear preferably about 3 million. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 with the other two guys. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 forward, or sorry, defense. We can't really clear any space there. But we can definitely clear space for goalies. So I should say now, I was going to say at the deadline we would trade both Malkin and Bergeron, assuming we get both of them, but would we rather keep them? I guess it's going to depend on performance. So if one or both of them play well, we'll keep one or both of them. And then if not, we'll trade for something like uh, Robertson, because based on that spending, we're pretty much spending the same as what we would for like on each of those two players as we would for Robertson. So, and not necessarily that it's going to be Robertson, but just as a concept. Now, I did want to pick up that valuable guy that was just drafted. Have those as assets. All right, so he's got 2 years. We have no other guys under contract that we could try to retain anything. Not really. Hartman, but that's not going to do much. So we want someone that wants Fleury and wants draft picks. And then we'll trade Fleury and then trade back picks. Nobody wants Fleury? That's crazy. They're a seller. So if anybody's going to retain anything, it's going to be them. So let's try. What do they want? First picks. Oh, I guess that's what we can do. So Fleury for whatever number of picks we can get. Okay. That's pretty even. So this is a bit of a gamble, but we're gonna try. Oops. Oops. I hope this works. I mean, it costs a lot to get it done, if it can get done. But the payoff is going to be worth it. Sweet. It worked. Okay. Now, of course, we did give up a lot. We gave up 2 first-round picks and we got basically nothing back. Um, Now, keep in mind we have. Um, did I keep this pulled up? So 14 million would come off of that, which leaves us 6, which leaves us basically just enough to get Giroux if we can get him under 6. But we're going to hold off on trying to get him. Man, because we could get Perron though. We can guarantee affording Perron 57 points in 67 games. 20 some odd goals. 65 and 75. 20 some odd goals, but he's got way higher potential. And he's got all those X factors. So, yeah. And the problem is if we get Malkin and Bergeron, whoever wanted Malkin and Bergeron are now going to go for Giroux, and then we're going to be competing on Giroux as well. So it's a bit annoying, but yeah, we've got no choice in the matter. Okay, so that sorts that temporarily. Let me just make sure we did in fact get Fleury back at 1.75. We could also, we still have a lot of assets, so that's another option. So we don't have much in current draft picks, but if we trade away all the guys that we just signed, that's enough for a couple other first round picks. And then we could get somebody to retain the salary for Reimer, get him down to $1 million. And then that allows us just enough money to be able to afford, likely, to afford Giroux. So, and then we also have hints we could retain, but that's going to be more difficult to trade back and get them. So we're not going to do that. So yeah, I think that's the plan. Because yeah, if you combine all of these guys, that's like at least a couple first round picks. Okay, but again, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, we have to clear space. I'm glad I thought about that because we have no space for them to sign. So thankfully I did the save point. So worst case, I would just go back to the save point. But um, we need to find somebody who wants these guys. Buffalo. Do they have anything to trade for though? Mm, I don't know if I want to gamble and go for their first pick. Let's pause on that. Because basically I want, yeah, a pick like this where I know that it's gonna stay to the same value. But yeah, at least now we know 1.75 million is worth like 2 first-round picks. It's pretty crappy, but whatever. Did I already do this? I did. Really? Hmm. Can't get a first? That seems a bit crazy. Hmm. It's going to be a rare case where they want him and want to get rid of their picks because they would want a guy like this because they're developing. Oh, Toronto, how are you guys that bad? Hmm. Could go for this. Because that's going to at least keep its value. So, um, oh, but yeah, the problem was that we didn't have the assets to do it. Whatever, we'll try again. I have a feeling this is just gonna, it's not gonna work just like it did with um, Chicago, but whatever. Damn. Okay. Yes, this is the alternative. Oh, but instead of, okay, never mind. So instead of using this guy, we need to use guys that other people don't want. And package with something they do want. No. What was I looking for? Forwards? No. There we go. Okay, so that clears the 2 spots. Should I clear more space just in case? I mean, I'm pretty sure there's no reason that I need to, but just to be cautious, clear up some more space, pick up another low value second round pick that somebody wants to get rid of. That looks okay. Oh, they don't want them. think this will go through. No? I'm surprised. Hmm. Seems like a lot. Can't get this back. I think I already tried this. Oh, maybe I had one more player. Which I think that will work. Yeah, perfect. Uh, yeah. Okay, fingers crossed. I mean, I feel like it would be unlikely we don't get them both, but we'll see. No way. Braun's still there. Ooh. Giroux's been offered. So it looks like Giroux and Perron. Okay. So Giroux was 6.725 divided by 5.05 equals that times 5.775 equals 769. That's a lot. $7.7 plus 6.9, is that right? Huh, I don't know anymore. But whatever. There's nothing we can do. So 7 was what? Hmm. 7.7 plus. What was Bergeron? Can't remember what I offered him. 6 I think it's 7.375. 7.7 plus 7.375 equals 15 minus 20. It's 4.9. Ron originally wanted 5.4. We have 4.9. All right, so backup plan. We're gonna go. I gotta check these guys. Boyle, Rose to Salainen, Merkley. Let's do that first. No for Boyle. No for him. Merkley, I'm pretty sure that yes. No, he's not. Well, okay, never mind. Now we gotta do a bunch of moves. All right. So we need second round picks. I'm surprised that went. Okay, and then someone bad with cap space. Not Arizona, they already did it. Maybe Buffalo. Don't know about Chicago. Don't know about Detroit. No, no. Maybe New Jersey. I just want to see if any of the sellers actually wanted him. Okay, so 76. $75. 62. I don't think we're gonna beat 60. I guess Buffalo. Huh? There's no way I'm trading that for that. Lennox? What? No way. Do they want that second pick back? Good. Okay. All right. Another gamble, but that's how she goes. $1 million retained for Really? That cost me barely anything. Now look at those goalie salaries. Those are perfect. Perfect. And we have 21 million in cap space. How much was it spent on uh I can't believe that actually went so smoothly. Um well, I'm gonna have to check the math on this, but okay, so Peron was 5.4. 5.4 divided by 4.525 equals that times 4.55 equals 5.4, 5.43. Well, I think it rounds up to 5.5. Um, minus 21.21, 6.1. So I should theoretically have the space to do this. I just don't trust that the game does the math correctly. So, let's just consider the possibility of retaining Hartman's salary. Oh, but I can't do that anyways. It would only be 700,000. I feel like that pretty much guarantees it. Hmm. doubt anybody. Ooh, somebody does want both. They can't retain salary. Or do I gamble with the current space? 5.4 versus it's not even one contract. Nah, I'm gonna have to. Where did I retain it previously? It was retained with Buffalo, that's where it was. And then Detroit was the next best. I'm gonna have to just to try my best to be sure, because I don't know if one contract worth of difference is gonna mess around with it. And I don't think it's gonna cost us too much for assets. So oops. Yeah, we're gonna have to trade more weight to eventually be able to pull this off, but it's okay. picks in return. Preferably something like this. Sweet. I don't know if this is enough to pull off the trade, but it should be close. Now, it would suck if we miss out on everybody, but I mean, you have to at least try. So this was Detroit. Hartman. We're trading second. Try just 1-for-1 for now. I think they had a third. They did. Actually, we should do their fourth, not our fourth. And not Dallas's fourth. Cool. Okay, so that's the salary retain that we needed. It didn't cost a crazy amount. Perron, 2 years. We're supposed to offer him 5.43. 5.45. Okay, so fingers crossed. Uh, we should have enough space for all three. It's just a question of if they want to sign with us. I think I did everything I needed to do. Let's just double check about everybody else. Um, the other thing, so once I get resolution on these three guys, I'm going to end the stream. That's enough for a day. Where am I at for time, anyways? Nearly 8 hours, anyways, so it's about time. Okay, fingers crossed, guys. One. Excellent. So that was very, very important that we got. That's one. Not as critical, but great news. So that's two. Uh, let's save that. So at the very least, we're in uh, great shape with our forwards. It's the best way to see this. So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 11 great forwards. Well, sorry. 9 great forwards, 10 great to good, or 11 great to good. So if we can get Giroux, then we're basically exactly what you would want. No new guys there. No new guys there. What else is out there? So, I mean, we've still got lots out there. Smith is a good fallback plan. Palat's fine. Mikheyev's not bad. So, I mean, it's not the end of the world if we don't get him, but because what's our current top nine would be Connor, Goudreau, Lindholm, Gensel, Forsberg, Hintz, Thompson, Bergeron, Perron. So the only difference is if we get Giroux, Perron gets put to the fourth, and then it would be Perron, Hartman, Bunting on the fourth. So really, it's a negligible difference, but it's enough where, yeah, it does make a difference. Still no answer on Giroux. We want goalies, two-way. Still no answer. Thought for sure we'd have an answer yesterday, not this many days. Yeah, let's go. Oh, that's so dope. So now we have an absolute powerhouse of a team. Oh, that is so dope. So now though, uh, what's our contract situation? It says we have 4 million in cap space. I guess we have 3 million in cap space. So, okay, so I guess I have more space than I thought I did. Which means we can sign a 13th forward if we want to. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Man, we're a good team. Holy jeez. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 13th forward or 8th defenseman. Because when you lose your depth on defense, that's the most difficult to fill. Well, anyways, I'm getting ahead of myself, so that's not something for today's stream. That's something for next stream. Cool. So, man, um, heck of a start to this YouTube series. Um, as I mentioned, um, lost a little bit on some of the trades during the draft because we were on a time limit and I didn't want to screw things up and have to draft somebody and then lose on value for that. And so it was more wise to just bite the bullet and lose a little bit. And it was like a negligible amount. Maybe the order of the trades was not ideal, but no matter what, everything was close enough and it worked out to what we wanted in the end. To our current roster, which is just stellar. The coaching situation pretty rough, but with this good of a team, like I mean, it's going to be tough to lose. And then the next bit of the situation is we need to add a 13th forward. I think we're the problem about a eighth defenseman is we because we're running three goalies, we don't actually have the space. So if we run 12 forwards, 8D, the D fill the injuries, or we get guys that can come up and down from the AHL as an option too. So we've got a few options. That again, that's stuff for next stream, but that's kind of where we're at. We've got enough cap space where we could have another body. Actually, before I end the stream, what kind of cap space do we have next season? We have Hintz's contract, Thompson's contract, Bunting, Fleury so far, Bouchard, Carrier. So um, we might be able to re-sign Bouchard and not run into any cap difficulties, which was the plan anyways. And then I because I think he was like something like 4 million, then that leaves us, uh, what would that be, 17 million? Wait, four would put us to six, 15 million. So yeah, and then 15 million that allows us to afford, like I was saying, somebody like Robertson, if not actually Robertson, to fill in the spot for Thompson and Hintz because they're asking for 6 million, and we're not gonna keep either of them for 6 million when we can get Robertson for 7. So, uh, and then that leaves us basically another 7 million to get another Robertson. So in effect, we have tons of space and flexibility. The other thing to keep in mind, that's not even factoring in that we're going to be trading away Bergeron, who we just signed, Perron, who we just signed, and Giroux, who we just signed. Because all those guys are not long-term solutions. They're just, again, the whole point right now is to build up assets in the organization. So, um, so we have assets to trade because we can't get them any other way because we spent them to create the core of the team. The original, like I said, the original top six forwards, 6D, and a couple miscellaneous guys. I think in total it was 9 forwards. Three would be kind of, well, they're now going to be considered fourth liners. So, um, yeah, so the primary goal was establish a fantastic core, fill in the gaps with free agency, which we actually had some great options with Giroux, Bergeron. Perron unfortunately missed out on Malkin, who would have been a great addition, but no biggie. We had our fallback plan, and he was close enough to being what we're looking for. And then in terms of the value of the assets, um, Giroux is worth a fair chunk. Bergeron's close. Perron's not as great of value. So anyway, so when we do decide to trade them, we're gonna get back, like we'll be able to get back between those three at the very least Robertson, but likely after we accumulate more assets, the other Robertson equivalent that we would get. So anyways, so we got all these. So again, just consider the trade value of the assets that we had to start. We had Slavkovsky and then a whole bunch of nothing. And then now look at it. Like that's crazy. We already have an like a Stanley Cup potential team. All those guys down from down here are all to be traded. But so just think all this is trade value. It's basically like 2 first-round picks, maybe a bit more, plus or minus. And then we've got all this rest in trade value and actually like serviceable players. It's pretty crazy. And then we have our, what I would argue is our ideal goaltending situation at cap hits that we wanted. So actually using that salary retention has paid off massively. So lesson learned from last series and applied this series, and man, the things we can do. I did notice BSG that you had those comments there. I just couldn't get to them because I wanted to finish my thoughts here. So going to rewatch. Awesome. Well, first, thanks for tuning in. Second, cool that you're going to go have a look. If you're trading the guys you just signed, don't you have dead cap hits? Yeah. So, okay, when I say that I'm signing them and trading them, what I mean, well, okay, I don't know if this is exactly what you're asking, so I don't know if I want to answer it in this particular way, but um, so if this is what you're asking, at the very least, this is what the answer is. So I'm signing them again for the for two things. First, the value of the assets. So I just got this trade value for free, which is equivalent to like a first round pick. I got this uh, asset, which is equivalent to about a first round pick. And then Perron's kind of a second, like a high second round pick, almost a first. So so at the very least, there's that value in those players. They're all signed to 2-year contracts. So if I want to use them for the entire season, I still have the off season in the next season to trade them. Um, if I don't like their performance, I can trade them this season for, like I said, picking up Robertson from Dallas or some other equivalent player. Um, and so if I use them for this season, I trade them in the off season for something, some improvement next year. If they play well, I can either play them for the full season and some of next season up to the trade deadline, or I can play them this season, trade them in the off season. No matter what, basically, I have guys that could theoretically play great with us. If they don't, they're assets to trade, and they're assets I got for free. Um, Essentially, I had to, you know, well, you will eventually see if you go back and watch the whole thing that I traded away. Um, Basically, I traded to have teams retain salary. And so it cost me that to do, but it was all in these guys that I signed for free so far in this off season, which are all assets that I'm going to trade away of all these remaining guys. So that should answer your question. So basically, long story short, I'm either going to use them and trade them this season, use them and trade them in the off season. Uh, but no matter what, I've got assets to trade, and we've got a stellar team uh, with them in or whatever we could get in return. It's going to make us better no matter what, anyway. So, um, yeah. So crazy, crazy, awesome start. Again, maybe not as good as it could have been, but when you're on a stupid time crunch from the draft, you got no choice but to get things done so you don't get screwed. So, anyways, so that's about it. And that's where we'll leave it for this stream. If you like the stream, hit the like button, share with your friends, subscribe, turn on notifications. The channel and page has upcoming streams on regular NHL content. So next one is to recap this previous round of the real NHL. So that's done, but the next round doesn't start until the 8th, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to give myself a few days because in my personal, well, work business life, I have a lot of stuff I have to finish in the next couple of days, so I'm going to do that before the next round, obviously. Don't know which day it's going to be. It's probably going to be Thursday, sometime around 5 p.m. Eastern, probably, but don't hold me to it. Um, I might be able to get it done sooner, might be later, but it's going to be before the next round starts. So, of course, that's going to recap the previous round, the news that took place during that round, um, and then my predictions for the Stanley Cup final. Be a pros whenever I have time or feel like it. Have not had time, and to be honest, um, franchise mode always takes priority. So, sometime I'm going to play. Don't know when that'll be. Any comments, leave them in the comments, suggestions likewise, and we'll see you guys next Monday for this. 10:30 a.m. Eastern, and then, um, like I said, the round recap coming up in the next few days. Cool. Super pumped about this series. Great start. And also, it's going to be nice to deal with players that I recognize rather than all these computer generated guys. But, anyways, cool. So, thanks for tuning in, BSG, and anyone else who did/does. And we'll see you guys next time. Okay, bye.